Chapter 4980. In the blink of an eye, the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance was instantly killed. Everything happened too quickly. Caught off guard, the nine-headed blood dragon did not even have time to react. It only raised its head and let out an unwilling roar before its incomparably huge body exploded into a cloud of blood mist. Before it could spread out, it was absorbed into Bao Yuan's body with a wave of his hand. Previously, Yi Xian already had 11 blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands. With the addition of the nine-headed blood dragon, the total number of blood essences of desolate supremacy in his hands reached 12. At the same time, the 7 desolate supremacy old monsters that were fleeing in all directions in the void were reduced by 1 more, leaving only 6. Yi Xian naturally had his own considerations as to why he chose to kill the nine-headed blood dragon. Although the 2 old fellows from the Everlasting Dynasty and the Tenju Celestial Palace were extremely loquacious and annoying, they were not ferocious beasts. Even if they were killed, the blood mist that exploded from their bodies would not be able to condense the blood essences of desolate supremacy. Thus, therefore, no matter how much he hated these 2 old fellows, Yi Xian would not choose them as the targets to kill first. He would definitely leave them for last. The 2 old fellows obviously did not know this, but the facts in front of them could not be denied. Originally, Tihun Heavenly King and Time Heavenly King, who were blocking their way, roared angrily and threw a punch at them. But at the most critical moment, they teleported halfway and directly rushed in another direction. Together with the other 5 half-step Heavenly Dao Masters, they killed the nine-headed blood dragon from the Star Alliance. From their point of view, this was clearly the result of what they had just said. After all, they were all humans. Although the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, was fierce, he was more or less reasonable. In this battle, he would most likely not attack them again. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fellows' hearts, which were originally in their throats, immediately fell back down. After a long sigh, their figures, which were originally rushing away, suddenly stopped in the void. Since, however, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had already thought things through and decided not to kill them. In that case, there was no need for them to escape. Not only was there no need to flee, but there was also a need to stay behind and join forces with the master of the magic hall to kill the other 4 old fogies of the Star Alliance. Although the Sky Alliance was one of the 2 major powers of the Heavenly Dao Union, there were only 4 awakened desolate supremacies left. Although there were other desolate supremacies hibernating in the ancestral lands of the various clans, in their opinion, even with all of that, the entire Sky Alliance could not be compared to the Magic Hall. There was no need to talk about conventional forces. Even the Human Federation didn't think much of the Star Alliance's conventional forces, much less the Demon Hall's legions. A rival in terms of high-end combat strength, the Magic Hall already had 8 peak 9th level half-step wielder of Heaven's Path. Did they have any? Even counting the slumbering core ancestors of the Star Alliance's ancestral lands, it would be impossible to gather 8 half-step Empyrean Masters. Only just based on this point, their value was far less than the Magic Hall's. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had a terrifying divine ability like the Skyfall Bao. That was a divine ability that could even kill a Heavenly Dao realm expert with a single arrow. In summary, the 2 old fogies felt that it would be fine if they didn't have a chance, but now that the master of the Magic Hall was deliberately going easy on them, they couldn't let go of this opportunity. Positive, this was the best opportunity for them to show their sincerity. Now that they had stayed behind to assist the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in killing the 4 desolate supremacies of the Star Alliance, this was a sign of their allegiance to the Magic Hall. As long as there were no accidents, from now on, the Human Federation and the Magic Hall would be one big family. They were all humans to begin with, so it was only right for them to work together closely. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 2 old fogies' eyes grew brighter and brighter. In the end, they were so excited that they almost jumped up in the void. They turned around and looked at Bao Yuan, who was standing in the void with his hands behind his back as if he was a bystander. Their faces were full of smiles as they expressed their sincerity, deliberately trying to curry favor. Fellow Daoisti, the human race is one big family. You made the right choice. This old man is so excited. Fellow Taoist, you finally understand. That's right. This choice means a lot to us humans. Just thinking about it makes this old man want to cry. I'm so relieved. Fellow Taoist Yi is indeed an outstanding talent of the human race. You finally understand the righteousness of the human race. Fellow Taoist, don't worry. The two of us are guarding this direction. Those 4 old fogies won't be able to escape. You just need to kill them. Since it's 8 against 4, we can kill them one by one very quickly. We should have gotten rid of those old bastards a long time ago. The Human Federation didn't have a choice. We were frightened by the situation in the void and had no choice but to ally ourselves with the Star Alliance. Now that I think about it, it's really shameful. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will no longer have the Star Alliance. From now on, the Heavenly Law Alliance will be the union of the Human Federation and the Magic Hall. The human race will be one big family in the world. The human race will rule this part of the primitive world fragment. Roar! Fellow Taoist Yi! Kill them! Roar! When they got excited, the 2 old fogies even raised their heads and roared wildly. Their auras reached the sky, and they actually activated all the power in their bodies to the extreme. They took the initiative to guard this direction and even took out their combat weapons. They looked like they could hold off 10,000 enemies alone. This scene was so unexpected that even Yi Xian didn't expect it. Caught off guard, he even opened his mouth in shock. In front of them, the 4 old fogies, the Scarlet Unicorn, the 9 Hell Demon Crocodile, the Azure Sky Rock, and the Bloodthirsty War Lion, who were running for their lives, staggered and almost fell into the void. Wait! When they came to their senses and realized what had happened, these 4 old fellows were fuming with rage. They gnashed their teeth and almost spat out blood on the spot. Roar! This is so infuriating. Shameless fellas. How dare you betray us at such a critical moment? You don't even care about your old face just to hug the thick thighs of the Magic Hall? Are these the core ancestors of the 2 human factions? Tui, with such a face, you still have the nerve to talk about righteousness. Is the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, blind? How could he possibly take a fancy to people like you? Roar! This old man is unwilling. Even if I'm killed here today, I must kill these 2 old fogies. Otherwise, I won't be able to swallow this anger. Screech! The last sentence came from the mouth of the bloodthirsty War Lion, the core ancestor of the War Lion clan. This old fogey had always had a violent temper. How could he bear to be stabbed in the back by his allies? At this moment, in his heart, his hatred for the 2 desolate supremes of the human race was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he didn't hesitate and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the 2 old fogies. Chapter 4981. Screech! The 2 desolate supremacies from the Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty were so shameless that the 4 old monsters from the Star Alliance almost coughed up blood. Come on! As the core ancestor of the Battle Lion clan, the bloodthirsty Battle Lion had always had a violent temper. He could not stand being stabbed in the back by his allies. At this moment, his hatred for the 2 desolate supremacies was even greater than that of Yi Xian. After raising his head and roaring, he no longer hesitated and suddenly turned around, charging straight at the 2 old men. The aura in his body was extremely fierce, and it was clear that he was going to risk his life to drag them down together. The 2 old men naturally would not let go of this opportunity. First, although they had openly expressed their intentions, they were only talking. Now that the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was roaring and charging at them, they had no doubt given them a chance to prove their intentions. Moreover, although the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was also a late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacy, he had only reached this level through a secret technique. The 2 old men were also late-stage 7th-order desolate supremacies. Even if they were to fight the bloodthirsty Battle Lion one-on-one, they would not be afraid of him. For example, now that the bloodthirsty Battle Lion was charging at them alone, they could suppress the bloodthirsty Battle Lion in a 2-on-1 situation. Although it was basically impossible to kill the bloodthirsty Battle Lion, it was more of a chance to show off. For the best result was that the 2 of them could suppress the bloodthirsty Battle Lion. The bigger the commotion, the better. In this way, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would be happy to see this. With this thought in mind, the two old fellows immediately became excited and began to howl. Roar! Bloodthirsty battle lion. You old thing. You only increased your cultivation through a secret technique. You're just a powerful person from the primordial era. How dare you be so arrogant in front of me? I won't even frown when I kill you. Why waste so much time talking to a junior like him? Since he's so rude, we can't just slap him to death. That would be too easy for him. We can slowly play with him until he goes crazy. Roar. A woo. After raising their heads and roaring, the two old fellows exchanged glances. Without any hesitation, they summoned their respective combat treasures and charged toward the blood-devouring war lion. The three of them immediately engaged in battle. Although the blood-devouring war lion was a ferocious beast, its cultivation base was still there. If it was a one-on-one battle, it would still be able to hold its own against the two old men. However, now that it was 2 against 1, it immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. As for the situation here, Yi Xian couldn't be bothered with it. In fact, be it the two shameless human race desolate supremacies or the blood-devouring war lion, Yi Xian did not plan on killing them today. The reason was simple. The two human race desolate supremacies were not fierce beasts. Killing them would be pointless. It was the same for the blood-devouring war lion. Its desolate supremacy combat strength was forcefully raised by the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline ability. Its original cultivation base was only at the primordial realm. Although it was a fierce beast, its situation was the same as the two human race desolate supremacies. Killing it would be pointless. The current magic hall was already extremely powerful. These 3 fellows did not pose any threat to the magic hall. Since there were no benefits, it was better to leave the 3 of them alive. After all, the primeval heavens I was expected to officially descend soon. It was better to leave a few more desolate supremacies behind to contend with him. If the two human race desolate supremacies knew that Yi Xian had such thoughts, they would most likely be so angry that they would vomit blood at this moment. As the 3 fellows that were ignored by Yi Xian fought in full swing, in the other 3 directions, the bloody unicorn, the 9 netherworld demon alligator, and the azure sky rock were also fleeing for their lives. Yi Xian would definitely not let these 3 old fellows go. On one hand, they were old enemies. They had always been at odds with Yi Xian. On the other hand, to Yi Xian, they represented 3 desolate supremacy blood essences. Naturally, they would not be wasted. These 3 fellows were destined to not be able to escape today. Yi Xian would attack them one by one. The 3 desolate supremacies would be killed one after another. The first target was naturally the azure sky rock. This one. The old fellow was the same as the 9-headed blood dragon. He was only an early-stage desolate supremacy. His cultivation base was low, so killing him was the easiest. Furthermore, he was a ferocious bird, so he was good at speed. Although his cultivation base was not as high as the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator, he was the furthest away. If he waited until the bloody unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon alligator were killed before turning around to deal with him, this old fellow would probably have escaped to God knows where. While Yi Xian predicted that he would not return to the Star Alliance. He would most likely go somewhere else to hide. Under such circumstances, it would be difficult to kill him again. Walala! The azure sky rock seemed to have realized this as well. As a result, although he had fled the furthest, the sense of danger that enveloped his heart was even stronger than that of the blood Qilin and the 9 hell demon crocodile. For example, today, before the pursuers behind him appeared, he had already used a secret technique. A pair of huge wings suddenly flapped, and all the feathers shot out in an instant. These feathers were exactly the same. They were all green. At this moment, they spread out and exploded in the void, turning into a green energy light mist. All the energy light mist curled up, and in the blink of an eye, turned into azure sky rock. They looked exactly the same as the old fellow. Even their auras were indistinguishable. This, clearly, he wanted to confuse the enemy and take advantage of the chaos to escape. In order to escape, you did not hesitate to sacrifice all your feathers? TSK, won't you become a bald chicken like this? Seeing all this, Yi Xian curled his lips. The The voice of his consciousness was transmitted, revealing endless disdain and ridicule. Green Tiandapeng's trick was obviously a waste of effort. There was no meaning at all, because Yi Xian had already firmly locked on his aura before this. It could be said that although there were thousands of azure sky rock in front of him in the void, his original body was like a candlelight in the dark night. For Yi Xian it was incomparably clear. Roar, 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 a woo. At this moment, the four heavenly kings, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the old pig spirit raised their heads at the same time and let out a shocking roar and roar. Tight. Then, their figures disappeared in the void in an instant. They directly teleported, and in the blink of an eye, they appeared around the azure sky rock's original body. However, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, they each threw out a punch, directly surrounding the azure sky rock in the center of the circle. Roar! Bang! All of this happened too quickly. The azure sky rock didn't have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar, and 7 enormous fists that were majestic to the point of causing others to tremble in fear had already landed on its body. In the blink of an eye, his entire body, which was tens of thousands of kilometers long, directly exploded into a rapidly spreading scarlet blood mist. With a wave of his hand, the violent ape, who was standing still in the distance, released an incomparably majestic and invisible chi force. It swept over, absorbed into its body, and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Then it began. Blood essence condensation. Chapter 4982. Screech. Bang. In the distance, an incomparably shrill screech could be heard. The great heavenly king, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the old pig demon all raised their heads at the same time and let out shocking roars and screeches. With a flash of his body, he disappeared in the void and directly teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared around the azure sky rock. With just one punch, the azure sky great rock's entire body exploded into a rapidly spreading, scarlet mist of blood. Everything seemed to take a long time, but in fact, it happened in a short instant. Although the azure sky rock was only an early-stage desolate supremacy, he was still a desolate supremacy old monster. Even if he encountered a half-step heavenly Tao at this realm's 9th stage perfection, as long as he was careful, he could seize the opportunity to use a life-saving secret technique to escape. There was basically no possibility of being killed. Now, not only was he killed, but it was also extremely clean. It was simply an instant kill. This situation should not have happened, but now it had become a reality. It was because the hunting team that the Magic Hall had sent out was too luxurious. The flesh avatar of the 3 blood sea avatars, Violent Ape, did not even make a move. Just the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, the 4 heavenly kings, and old pig spirit were already 7 desolate supremacies who were half-step heavenly Tao at the great perfection of rank 9. 7 desolate supremacies, all of them teleported to his side in an instant and surrounded him from all directions within a short distance. Then they attacked together and threw out a punch with all their strength with such a terrifying power. Even if a half-step heavenly Tao of the same cultivation level did not die on the spot, they would definitely be seriously injured and vomit blood. As for the azure sky rock, he was only an early-stage desolate supremacy who had just entered the 2nd stage. It was natural for him to be killed by a punch. Before this, Yi Xian only had 12 desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession. But now, with the death of the azure sky rock, the number of desolate sovereign blood essences in his possession had increased to 13. But this was still not the end. Today, Yi Xian was determined to gather 15 desolate supremacy blood essences in his hands. After dealing with the azure sky rock, the next 2 targets were the blood unicorn and the 9 netherworld demon crocodile. Here at this moment, following the death of the azure sky rock, these 2 old fellows had already realized that danger was approaching. They had already used all their strength to flee for their lives in 2 different directions. One left and right, the distance between them had already reached a distance of 50 billion kilometers. When he saw this scene, Bao Yuan finally spoke. His tone was ghastly, yet it revealed a wisp of laziness as if he was speaking of a trivial matter. Old pig, Go restrain Crimson Unicorn. Just don't let him escape. The old pig mentioned here was naturally the old pig spirit. The next target that Yi Xian chose was the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile. However, this old fellow was a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. Even if 7 half-step Heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm attacked him together, they might not be able to instantly kill him with a single punch. Duo at the very least, they would be entangled for a while. Unfortunately, the 2 old fellows were fleeing in different directions. If they got entangled with the 9 Demon Crocodile, the Scarlet Unicorn in the other direction might take the opportunity to escape. Duo hence, Yi Xian sent the old pig spirit to restrain him. Under the demonic pig's 9 transformations bloodline ability, the old pig spirit was now a half-step Heavenly Dao at the perfect rank 9 realm, while the Scarlet Unicorn was only at the rank 8 realm. In terms of speed, the Scarlet Unicorn was inferior to the 9 Demon Crocodile. Although the old pig spirit was nearly 50 billion kilometers behind, if he sped at full speed, he would definitely be able to catch up to him within 100 billion kilometers. However, after that, he just had to restrain him according to Yi Xian's instructions. Once the battle here was over, the 7 half-step Heavenly Dao who were surrounding the 9 Demon Crocodile would return. The Scarlet Unicorn would still die in the end. There was no suspense at all. Yi Xian had long regarded these 2 old fellows as prey in the bag. He had never thought that they would have a chance to escape. Hence, at this moment, when he gave the order to the old pig spirit with the power of divine sense, he did not conceal it. Instead, he openly said it out loud. Words, when the voice entered the Scarlet Unicorn's ears, it instantly enraged him. After raising his head and roaring, he immediately roared in the void. Yi Xian, don't go overboard. Don't forget that I'm also a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy. If that damn black pig dares to come over, I'll self-destruct on the spot. At that time, although I won't be able to live, that damn black pig won't have it easy either. If a rank 8 Desolate Supremacy were to self-destruct, a rank 9 half-step Heavenly Dao would probably be seriously injured. Although he was roaring non-stop, the Scarlet Unicorn's figure did not stop for a moment. Instead, he tightened his legs and fled even faster to the left. When these words entered his ears, Yi Xian rolled his eyes on the spot. He knew that there was no need for him to say anything else. The old pig spirit knew what to do. Woo! You old bastard. Black pig is black pig. What do you mean by adding the word die in front of it? If you die, Grandpa Pig won't die. Sure enough, just as the Scarlet Unicorn's words fell, the old pig spirit immediately jumped up. With a flash of his body, he turned into a black light and spread out to chase after the Scarlet Unicorn. Onis he chased, he was still cursing endlessly. He was a little flustered and exasperated. Roar! Big blood dog. Stop right there for Grandpa Pig. Aren't you going to self-destruct? Come on, explode one for your Grandpa Pig to see. My skin is rough and my flesh is rough. If I'm not satisfied with exploding, you're my grandson. Buffed. I don't want this kind of bastard grandson. Urief * king bastard. Puffed. Blood. The Scarlet Unicorn was so angry that he almost spat out blood on the spot. However, there was nothing he could do. He could only grit his teeth and run wildly. The 2 of them, one chasing and one escaping, had already gone far away in an instant. At this moment, the Violent Ape, the 4 Heavenly Kings, the Skeleton Avatar, and the Black Fog Avatar all raised their heads and let out a shocking roar at the same time. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he immediately activated teleportation. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 7 indiscernible sharp sounds of light breaking through the air rang out at the same time. The 7 figures instantly disappeared in the void. When they reappeared, they were already around the 9 Demon Crocodile in the blink of an eye. Then, with a flash of cold light in their eyes, each of them punched out, directly towards the 9 Demon Crocodile in the middle of the encirclement. Screech! Bang! Seeing this scene, the 9 Demon Crocodile was so scared that his whole body trembled. As his eyes were about to split open, he raised his head and let out a shocking roar. At the same time, 7 huge fists with majestic power had already landed on his body. Puffed! You bastards, you're too much of a bully. With this punch, the 9U demon crocodile did not directly die. After all, he was a rank 8 desolate venerable. His foundation was not ordinary. However, although he did not die, this blow had caused a huge injury to him that could not be ignored. His internal organs were completely shattered, and his meridians were broken. He was not on the verge of death, but he was very close, in his grief and indignation. The 9U demon crocodile opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Chapter 4983. Although the 9U demon crocodile did not die, it had caused a huge injury that could not be ignored. Its internal organs were completely shattered, and its meridians were broken. It was not that it was on the verge of death, but it was very close, in grief and indignation. He opened his mouth and spat out a blood arrow with fragments of internal organs. Then, he raised his head and let out an incomparably mournful roar, revealing endless despair and unwillingness. Screech! Even if I die, I will not let you have an easy time. Explode! Bang! Rumble. With his last roar, the 9U demon crocodile's huge body instantly became chaotic and violent. A few moments later, in the next moment, an earth-shattering explosion sounded. In the blink of an eye, its entire body that was thousands of miles long directly exploded. It turned into a scarlet blood mist that spread rapidly. It was to the extent that even the surrounding space collapsed because of this, shattering inch by inch as boundless spatial turbulence surged out from within. Whoosh! At this moment, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed coldly. As he retreated, he suddenly waved his hand, and an invisible majestic aura whizzed out. Whoosh! The majestic blood mist produced by the 9U demon crocodile's self-destruction swept over and was absorbed into the body. It was sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron to start the blood essence condensation. One at the end of the cut, the skeleton avatar, the black fog avatar, and the 4 heavenly kings also flashed coldly in their eyes. Without any hesitation, they retreated on the spot. In the blink of an eye, they retreated out of the collapsed void. Until, at this time, the 9U demon crocodile had fallen. Yi Xian, who originally only had 13 blood essences in his hands, now had 14. As long as he harvested the last blood essence from the scarlet unicorn, he would complete the mission of gathering 15 blood essences today. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Bao Yuan's eyes flashed. He turned and looked to the left void. At the end of his line of sight in this direction, the scarlet unicorn and the old pig demon's figures were faintly visible. They were only 10 billion miles away from each other. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Almost at the same time, Bao Yuan, the skeleton doppelganger, the black fog doppelganger, and the 4 heavenly kings shook their shoulders at the same time and directly activated their teleportation ability. They activated their abilities and chased after the void pole in the distance to the left. Although they were tens of billions of kilometers away, the crimson unicorn was able to clearly see everything that was happening. The old man was terrified. He originally thought that the 9 netherworld demon crocodile would be able to hold on for a while. After all, it was a rank 8 desolate supremacy. It was only a fine line away from rank 9 perfection. But never had he imagined that from the moment Yi Xian's group of 7 surrounded the 9 hell devil crocodile to the moment it was dealt with, less than 2 breaths of time had passed. Initially, he was counting on the 9U demon crocodile to help him delay his escape. Now, it seemed that everything was in vain. Previously, it was only a black-skinned old pig chasing after him. But now, the 7 murderous gods were also chasing after him. It was simply killing him, with fear and anger in its heart. The scarlet unicorn immediately raised its head and roared, "Screech, don't chase anymore. If you chase anymore, I'll really self-destruct." This was his only method. Other than that, he really did not know what else he could say to scare the 8 murderous gods chasing after him. Only yes, before he could finish his sentence, he shut his mouth. His entire face was red and purple. It was extremely awkward. In the next moment, Yi Xian's spiritual sense voice was indeed heard. It resounded through the void, causing the Scarlet Unicorn to almost spit out blood on the spot. Self-destruct? That's quite welcome. Just now, I already self-destructed a silly bird. If it wasn't for his self-destruction, I wouldn't have been able to get away so quickly to chase after you. Puffed. What he said was simply a slap to the face. However, it was the truth. Even a rank 8 desolate supremacy like the Scarlet Unicorn almost could not withstand it. Although it did not spit out blood on the spot, when its chi and blood rushed to the top of its head, its body suddenly staggered in the void. Both parties were only tens of billions of miles apart. This bit of distance was nothing to a half-step heavenly Tao who was at rank 9 perfection. The Scarlet Unicorn was also a rank 8 desolate supremacy. Although its speed was not as fast as Yi Xian and company, it was not much worse. Therefore, when it gritted its teeth and ran, the others needed some time to catch up. However, at this moment its body staggered and its speed instantly decreased by a large amount. This opportunity was not missed by the old pig spirit who was not far behind. With a teleport, it appeared in front of the Scarlet Unicorn in the blink of an eye. It raised its head and roared, raising its pair of front hooves and fiercely stomped. Holy sh*T. The Scarlet Unicorn was so angry that it almost collapsed on the spot. Its body that was shooting forward came to an abrupt stop. Taking advantage of this moment, Yi Xian and company who were chasing after it closed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A few sharp sounds of the air being torn apart sounded in succession. The 3 Blood Sea avatars and the 4 heavenly kings activated their teleportations at the same time. In the blink of an eye, they closed in and surrounded the Scarlet Unicorn. Without any hesitation, a cold light flashed in their eyes and they directly threw a punch. Screech. At this moment, the Scarlet Unicorn's eyes were about to split open. It raised its head and let out a shocking roar. However, it could not change anything at all. It was destined to die on the spot. Bang! Everything happened too quickly. At this moment, the 3 Blood Sea avatars, the 4 heavenly kings, and the old pig spirit who was blocking in front of the Scarlet Unicorn and was the first to raise its pair of hooves struck the Scarlet Unicorn's body at the same time. Shock! There was a loud sound in the sky. It did not have time to react at all. It only raised its head and let out a shocking roar. 8 huge fists with majestic power had already reached its body. In the blink of an eye, the Scarlet Unicorn's entire body, which was tens of thousands of miles long, exploded in an instant, turning into a scarlet blood mist that rapidly spread. Immediately after, a gust of wind whistled. Bao Yuan immediately waved his hand, and an incomparably majestic and invisible qi whistled out. The majestic blood mist that was formed by the explosion of the Scarlet Unicorn's body was swept into its body and sent to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space inside the cauldron. Thus it began. The blood essence condensation. At this point, the battle finally came to an end. In a short period of time, Yi Xian had finished off all of his scheduled opponents. None of them escaped and all of them were killed, while the blood essence of desolation supremacy in his hands had risen from the previous 14 to the current 15. The blood essence of desolation supremacy was used to refine the level 30 heavenly path treasure pill. For this level of supreme treasure pill, even Yi Xian, who had countless generals under his command, would not need much. Therefore, 15 blood essence of desolation supremacy was basically enough. Thinking of this, Bao Yuan let out a long sigh. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something. He turned around and looked at the void area where the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 human race desolation supremacies were fighting fiercely. After being slightly startled, the expression on his face instantly became strange. He shook his head and continued, "The battle on my side has ended, so I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you, take your time playing." Chapter 4984. After killing the Scarlet Unicorn, Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief and turned around to look at where he came from. In the intense battle that he saw made him slightly stunned. Then, the expression on his face gradually became strange. He shook his head and said, "The battle on my side has ended. I won't disturb you anymore. The 3 of you, enjoy yourselves." Walala. Before he could finish speaking, there was a strange sound of water splashing around. The entire body of the skeleton avatar and the body of Black Fog collapsed in an instant, turning into a sea of blood that spread out and covered a corner of the void of the universe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Outside, a series of sharp whistles rang out. Around him, the Heavenly King of Void, Heavenly King of Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King of Blood Spirit, and Heavenly King of Time turned into 4 streaks of light and shot over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the sea of blood. The vast sea of blood appeared quickly and disappeared even faster. In the blink of an eye, it condensed into a small dot like a firefly and shot away. However, it did not go far away. Instead, it entered between the eyebrows of the blood avatar, Bao Yuan, and disappeared in a flash. At the same time, with the return of the 4 heavenly kings and the 2 blood sea avatars, the old pig spirit on the right side raised his head and roared wildly. Then, his body turned into a ray of light and shot over. When he got close, Bao Yuan waved his hand and kept it into the Shinnong treasured cauldron in his body. Suddenly, in an instant, only Bao Yuan was left in the void. But in fact, even he did not intend to stay there. He turned to the blood-devouring battle lion and the 2 desolate venerables who were still fighting fiercely in the void and nodded. He said, "Good luck." Then, with a shake of his shoulders, he teleported away. What? Play slowly? What's going on? Looking at the place where Yixin disappeared, not only were the 2 desolate venerables from the Tenju Celestial Palace and the Immortal Dynasty dumbfounded, but even the blood-devouring battle lion was stunned. Originally, they were fighting fiercely, but now they stopped at the same time. After being stunned for a few seconds, they subconsciously looked around. The vast expanse of space was now completely empty. Other than the 3 of them, no one else could be seen. This feeling was too awkward. It was as if that earth-shattering battle had nothing to do with them. In the eyes of the master of the magic hall, Yixin, the 3 of them were no different from bystanders. Roar! These 2 old things, how does it feel? You guys are sticking your hot faces to his cold buttocks. The demon palace master, Yixin, didn't even look at you guys in the eye. Withdrawing his gaze, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out a furious roar. Its divine sense immediately transmitted, revealing an endless sense of ridicule and ridicule. The faces of the 2 human race desolate supremacies turned green. This was indeed a slap in the face. They had deliberately tried to curry favor, but the other party did not take them seriously at all. They just patted their butts and left. It was simply too embarrassing. Roar! Blood-devouring war lion, you aren't any better. Didn't you see that the 9-headed blood dragon and the azure sky rock were all killed? You're the only one left. The master of the magic hall, Yixin, didn't even look at you. That's right, you just used a secret method to increase your cultivation. To be honest, you and I are not on the same level. The master of the magic hall naturally thinks the same, so he can't be bothered to kill you. After a moment of depression, the 2 old men immediately retorted, their faces full of ridicule. Roar! So what if you used a secret method to increase your cultivation? I can still torture you. You 2 old men, don't run if you dare. I'll kill you. Come. This old man is itching for a fight. You're too skinny, right? Today, I'll torture you to death here. Don't talk nonsense with him. Today, we'll kill him here. Later, we'll take over the Star Alliance. The moment they disagreed, a fierce battle broke out in the void in an instant. At the same time, in the depths of the forbidden land of the rising sun, there was a faint sound of something breaking through the void. There was a flash of light, and a figure stepped out of it. It was the master of the magic hall, Yixin. After leaving the battlefield in the Tianji galaxy, he activated the devouring system in his body and used the interstellar coordinate jump ability of the system title to rush back as soon as possible. At this time, the magic hall's army was still on their way back. While Yixin was in a hurry to return because after the previous series of battles, his cultivation had reached its peak. He was on the verge of a breakthrough. Before he went into seclusion, he had to make some arrangements in the magic hall in case something unexpected happened. With a wave of his hand, the 4 heavenly kings and the pig demon turned into streaks of light and shot out, their figures coming to an abrupt stop in front of him. I need to go into seclusion. Old pig. I'll leave the magic hall to you for the time being. After these two sentences, Yi Xian didn't hesitate any longer. In a flash, he returned to the immortal's abode. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When he reached the towering peak of the immortal's abode, as Yi Xian waved his hand, a large number of faint sounds of something breaking through the void could be heard. Streaks of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. They were the cultivation resources that he took out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. There included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and various other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian didn't hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of a nascent soul fist by the power of the Shinnon Cauldron's field. Then, he swallowed all of them into his stomach and quickly dissolved them. Whoosh! Rumble. Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed, accompanied by the sound of thunder, and it began to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. After an unknown amount of time, this energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body. With a flash of cold light, Yi Xian immediately activated his thoughts. He only needed to charge once to break the shackles. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the ancient Dongshu mantra. Current realm. Second Order Primordial Supreme. Ding! Congratulations to the host for breaking through the Blood Qi realm. Current realm. Second Order Primordial Supreme. Desolate Supreme. Cultivation for another breakthrough. Yi Xian didn't feel too happy. Because, even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again and directly entered the 9th transformation, his peak combat strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Primordial Supreme. Although he would definitely be stronger than before this breakthrough, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true Heavenly Tao realm. In this void fragment of the primordial world, without the recognition of the primordial Heavenly Tao, he would never be able to break through the barrier and enter the true Heavenly Tao realm. Although he had broken through, his combat strength didn't increase significantly. No one would be happy about such a thing. Chapter 4985. After this breakthrough, Yi Xian's cultivation had once again skyrocketed. Under normal circumstances, he had already reached the Second Order Desolate Supremacy. However, unfortunately, due to the suppression of the Heavenly Tao in this void fragment, even if he activated the demonic ape bloodline in his body and displayed the 9 transformations of the demonic ape bloodline to the 9th transformation, his cultivation limit was still the half-step Heavenly Tao of the Desolate Supremacy 9th Order. Although his combat power had increased compared to before and should be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with D'Air's mechanical beast, he was still only a half-step Heavenly Tao. He had not taken that final step, right? Yi Xian was no longer worried about this matter. Although he felt disappointed, he quickly calmed down. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Returning from the back mountain of the magic hall, a faint sound of breaking air came from the magic hall at the peak of the giant mountain. Looking over, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were happily rushing out of the magic hall. During this period of time, Ancestor Corpse, Hanba, and the rest of the 7 gorgeous cultivators had been in seclusion to stabilize their newly attained Desolate Supremacy cultivation. As for Shenyuan Ziying, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, the 3 girls, they had long entered seclusion and were trying their best to increase their cultivation. In this place, the entire interior of the Immortal's Cave Star was quiet. But now, with these 10 girls coming out of seclusion one after another, there would be a lot of noise in this period of time. At this point, Yi Xian couldn't help but shake his head and smile bitterly. At this time, the 7 gorgeous cultivators, including the Corpse Ancestor Hanba, the Corpse Ancestor Hoqing, the Desolate Lightning Lady, the 9 Heavens Fairy, the 9-tailed Celestial Fox, the Celestial Phoenix Maiden, and Fairy Zixia had also arrived. Greetings, Master. When they arrived at Yi Xian, the 7 of them immediately bowed. The 7 of them were famous in the Untainted Land. They were famous in the Untainted Land. After they died unexpectedly in the previous life, they were reborn in this life. Now, they finally climbed to a new height and reached the supreme master of the remote antiquity realm that they had never reached in the previous life. But in front of Yi Xian, the 7 of them had always maintained their original hearts. When facing Yi Xian, although they would occasionally joke around, they would never overstep their boundaries. If this had happened in the past, the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, would definitely be jealous. Who knew how they would deal with Yi Xian? But now, the 3 of them were already familiar with the 7 great alluring cultivators. It could be said that they were as close as sisters, so they naturally wouldn't feel that way anymore. Yi Xian smiled and nodded his head. After the 7 great alluring cultivators stood up, he swept his gaze over them. After a period of consolidation, the 7 of them had just broken through to the desolate supremacy level not long ago. Now, they had completely stabilized. From then on, they had completely gotten rid of the misfortune of their previous lives. They had shed their cocoons and turned into butterflies, welcoming a new life. Day in the future, he would definitely reach an even higher height. Day the 3 girls, Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru, had gained a lot during this period of seclusion. Could even be said that it was shocking. Firstly, it was because the foundation of their own cultivation wasn't high to begin with. Secondly, Yi Xian had provided them with the most top-grade cultivation resources, such as the purple gold medicine, the 9-colored godly medicine, and the chaos medicine, and so on. Again, plus, he had already prepared a full set of various levels of pills for them. He had already given them all the way to the level 29 Desolate Supremacy level pill that would allow them to break through to the Desolate Supremacy level pill. Only once they had reached a certain level, they would be able to swallow it immediately and break through. Hence, after this period of seclusion, the 3 girls had now all surpassed the 5 great emperors and were now universe knights. Such a result made Yi Xian feel extremely gratified. After fooling around with the group of girls for a while, he finally remembered what he had to do. He fully extended his spirit energy and enveloped the entire boundless forbidden land of Rising Sun. He gathered all his subordinates of the Magic Hall and gathered them in the space around the cave star. This time, he had spent quite a bit of time in seclusion. The Magic Hall army that was originally on their way back had already returned a few days ago. At this moment, with Yi Xian's order to gather, the entire forbidden land of Rising Sun was like a sleeping beast that had completely awakened. Show! 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 Howl! Screech within the innumerable life stars. A large amount of roars and screeches could be heard. The various large armies began to gather. The group of higher-ups of the Magic Hall were all filled with joy as they swept through the space and shot towards Yi Xian's cave star. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all his subordinates of the Magic Hall. In such a huge forbidden land of Rising Sun, all the great beings within the various life stars would gather. Naturally, it would take a long time. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. Instead, he waited for a day before waving his hand and directly activating the black magic hall that stood at the peak of the towering mountain. It rushed out of the cave star and quietly stood above the atmosphere. At this moment, Yi Xian sat cross-legged at the peak of the magic hall. The 7 beautiful cultivators, the Purplish Warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were also seated on either side of him. Show, show, show. In an instant, 4 rays of light shot over. They were the 4 heavenly kings. Although they were electronic doppelgangers, they were also Yi Xian. At this moment, they shot over and directly stood around the black magic hall. Awoo! Awoo! 2. The Dao boar's howl was heard. The old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine rushed over. These 2 fellows had activated the 9 transformations demonic boar bloodline ability, so the primordial porcupine also had the cultivation of desolate supremacy. In addition, there was also the black-robed desolate supremacy from the Alliance of the Remnants. He was also following behind these 2 fellows. The 3 of them all had the battle strength of a desolate supremacy. They stood in the void closest to the black magic hall, while behind the 3 of them were the higher-ups of the magic hall who were below the desolate supremacy realm. Among them, the strongest were the Almighty of the primordial era. Although there weren't many of them, there were still quite a few. At a glance, all the higher-ups of the magic hall had arrived without exception. Behind the old pig spirit and the other two were 9 almighty of the primordial era from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, as well as 3 almighty of the Alliance of the Remnants. Behind them were the 6-headed Blood Dragon, Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, Elder Sangji, and the other great beings of the Remnants, including Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Ao, Gong Jun, Howling Moon Mastiff, 3-Claw Dragon, Long Shantang, Blood Dragon Ancestor, Green Rock Ancestor, and the titled emperors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Finally, there were more than 200 titled emperors in the captive army formed by the captives of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. That said, all of the upper echelons of the 10,000 Evil Legion led by the immemorial Turtle had also gathered here. There were also the commander of the Heavenly River Army, Old Devil Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Devil Emperor Mo Wen Tian, Demon Uncle, Mingjiu, Mad Mosquito Emperor, Old Man Shen Yuan, Old Man Duan Mu, Master Bodhi, and other higher-ups of small powers and families. A total of more than 1,000 figures were all gathered here. Just like that, even Yi Xian hadn't seen so many people gathered together for a long time. Now, as he appeared, he glanced at them one by one, and a gratified expression appeared on his face. Just like that, today the magic hall was definitely the most powerful one in this void fragment of the chaos world. Chapter 4986. It had been a while since he last saw them, and the subordinates of the magic hall were all improving their cultivation levels crazily. Now, the upper echelons of the magic hall had improved their cultivation levels greatly, and they were all universe knights and above. Among them, there were quite a number of universe masters and universe supremes, such as the leader of the Dark Turtle clan, Minglong, and Mad Mosquito Emperor. They were all about to enter the primordial era. Such a result made Yi Xian feel gratified. He glanced at the group of confidants gathered in the space near the magic hall and nodded slightly. Then, he turned around and looked behind him. In the space around them, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, and battleships of the survivors and space beasts. They stretched as far as the eye could see. This time, Yi Xian had gathered all the subordinates of the magic hall. All the countless life stars in the rising sun forbidden land were gathered here. However, although the subordinates of the magic hall were many, they were all very disciplined. The endless army spread out in the space was also orderly. According to the arrangement of the 6 major armies of the magic hall, they each occupied a part of the space. The first army was the Beast Army. It was made up of the space beasts that were originally living in the space fragment of the Chaos Era. This included the Beast Army of the original Nomadic Army and the space beasts of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land. The commanders were Green Cow, Yu Linglong, Long Shao, Gong Jun, Black Wind Tiger, Howling Moon Mastiff, and so on. The total number of space beasts in the army was about 100 million. The second army was the Remnant Army. By the Remnant Tribe of Sangji and the Remnant Tribe of the Rising Sun Forbidden Land were formed. Later, they joined the Remnant Alliance. It was made up of the commanders were the black-robed Huangzun, the 9 supreme beings Zhao Dong, Qian Nan, Sun Shi, Li Bei, and so on. There were hundreds of billions of remnant people in the army, and there were tens of billions of battleships of all kinds. It was made up of the third army was the Nomadic Army. Actually, they were the captive army from before, but now they had passed the final test and were no longer captive army. The entire Nomadic Army was made up of great beings from the 3 main planes. Both there were humans, the second universe, and even some slave races from the first universe, as well as various powerhouses from the original Wanluo Federation. The commanders in front were the 3-clawed Flood Dragon, Long Shantang, and the other members of the council who were originally captive. The number of soldiers in the regiment was the largest, with a total of over 1 billion. The warships were all large fortresses with a diameter of 100,000 meters, with a total of 50 million warships. The 4 legions were captives. Below them were only captives from the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races. The current commanders were the mighty figures of the 3 clans, as well as the Bloodhorn Dragon Ancestor and the Green Rock Ancestor. The total number of soldiers was over 20 billion, including all kinds of warships and fortresses, as well as small fortresses that were 50,000 meters long. The 5th Legion was the All-Evil Legion. The commanders were the immemorial Porcupine Boar and the immemorial Hairy Tortoise. The former already had the combat strength of a Desolate Supreme under the Demonic Pig's 9 Transformations bloodline ability, while the latter was already a Desolate Supreme. Tianqing, even though there were only around 100 million star beasts in this evil legion, all of them were valiant beings who had been through many bloody battles. As such, they were definitely the most powerful legion among the 5 legions in the Magic Hall. The 6 legions were the Heavenly River Legion. The commanders were Old Ghost Mosquito Butcher, Naples, Fiend Sovereign Mo Wen Tian, Fiend Sovereign Uncle, Dark Turtle Race's Patriarch Mingjio, Mad Mosquito Empress, as well as Old Man Shenyuan, Old Man Duanmu, Abbess Subhoodie, and other upper echelons of small and idle factions and family clans. This included the Fiend race with the War Caravan Legion, as well as Yi Xian's original Heavenly River Legion and Victorious Return Legion, as well as the Dark Turtle race and Blood Mosquito race. All of them formed the entire Heavenly River Legion. It was a massive lineup that stretched as far as the eye could see. Although their individual cultivation levels were slightly weaker, their potential was definitely the strongest among the 6 legions. Yi Xian had extremely high hopes for them. In the previous battle, the Heavenly Fate Stellar Zone was emptied. All the Heavenly Fate race's warships and mechanical war beasts were destroyed. Retracting his gaze, Yi Xian's eyes flashed as his expression turned solemn. After taking a deep breath, he continued, "Even the Heavenly Fate beast that DE created from the fusion of all the official members of the Heavenly Fate race was exiled into the endless void turbulence. It can be said that if there are no accidents, the Heavenly Fate race and mechanical race have become history and no longer exist. Now, the only major powers left in this chaos fragment are the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance. The 3 major powers of the Heavenly Tao Alliance should have turned against each other and disintegrated into the Star Alliance, the Myriad Race Alliance, and the Human Federation. However, in the previous battle, the awakened Desolate Supremes of these 3 alliances were basically all killed by me. Right now, our Demon Hall is the only powerful force in this fragment of the Great Desolate World. However, the true danger will descend very soon." At this point, Yi Xian sighed again. The Battle of the Chaos was originally a shocking secret. Even the upper echelons of the major powers and races kept it a secret and rarely talked about it. However, now it is no longer a secret. I have a very strong premonition that the so-called Chaos Apocalypse is about to befall us. At that time, if there are no accidents, the fragments of the void of the entire untainted world that were shattered during the end of the untainted world, including the 3 main starry sky planes, will be pulled together by the power of the green eye of the untainted world. The void we are in now is the main body of the untainted world. Therefore, once the end of the untainted world descends, all the fragments of the untainted world, including the 3 main planes of the starry sky, will gather around us. There will be no barriers, and we can come and go at will. However, at that time, the primeval heaven's eye's control of the laws of this chaos will reach its peak. At that time, the Magic Hall will also leave this chaos fragment and retreat into the Chaos Void. Before that, there is no need for you to care too much. Just focus on improving your cultivation. However, you must be prepared to retreat at any time. At that time, once I give the order, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the majestic army of the 6 major armies, must gather at once and drive towards the starry passage that I have indicated. Use the fastest speed to leave this place and enter the Chaos Void. Over there, the Magic Hall has been operating a secret base for many years and has always been in hibernation. After explaining everything, Yi Xian felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. His entire body was much more relaxed. After a short pause, a dim light flashed in his eyes and he suddenly changed the topic. During this period of time, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall, including the 6 major armies, are not allowed to leave the forbidden land of Rising Sunday. Apart from cultivating in seclusion to improve your cultivation, there is one more thing to do. That is to comprehend the 2 supreme divine abilities that I have provided as the inheritance of the Magic Hall. As for how much each of you can comprehend, that will depend on your own luck. Xiao! Xiao! After that, Yi Xian waved his hand and 2 thin rays of light shot out. Chapter 4987. Besides improving your cultivation with all your might, there's one more thing you have to do, and that's to comprehend the two supreme divine abilities that are the inheritances of the Devil Halls. As for how much you're able to comprehend, that'll depend entirely on your own fortune. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. With a wave of his hand, two streaks of light shot out and rushed towards a life star on the right side of the abode star. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sharp whistling sounds rang out as the two beams of light shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they had already reached the sky above the life star 10 billion miles to the right. After stopping abruptly, they expanded rapidly against the wind. At the very most, finally, under the gazes of everyone, they transformed into two gigantic monuments that were tens of thousands of feet tall. These two monuments stood side by side, towering above the atmosphere of the planet. They were both green and misty. Although they were clearly energy bodies, they emitted an extremely dense and heavy aura. On the surface of the monuments, there were a large number of cryptic runes that appeared and disappeared endlessly. There were tens of thousands of them, and they were constantly evolving. If one looked closely, any one of the runes seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. They clearly contained boundless mysteries. These two monuments would forever stand in the Magic Hall. Even if the Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was emptied in the future, and the 6 Magic Hall legions left this place and entered the primordial void, they would be brought along with them. They would stand in the new Magic Hall's ancestral land in the primordial void, allowing all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immerse themselves in comprehension. However, how much one could comprehend and reap in the end would depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. Just as Yi Xian said, it would all depend on one's own talent, comprehension, and luck. The supreme ability passed down by the entire Magic Hall for him to decide to take it out after careful consideration was naturally not an ordinary object. Of these two monuments, the one on the left contained the bloodline ability of the 9 transformations of the demonic ape. Of course, if beasts of other races wanted to comprehend it, they would have to deduce it on their own. Just like the old pig spirit and the primordial porcupine's 9 transformations of the demonic ape, they could transform into the 9 transformations of the demonic dragon, the 9 transformations of the demonic insect, or even the 9 transformations of the demonic dog. As long as one had the ability, they could do whatever they wanted. As for the monument on the right, it contained the mysteries of the fallen skybow. Of course, it was not complete. It was incomplete. However, for ordinary starry sky masters, even in incomplete mysteries, it was enough to use as a life-saving trump card. However, how much one could comprehend and what the final result would be. All this time, the 6 legions of the Devil Hall had countless subordinates, and all of them were provided with all sorts of top-grade cultivation resources. After all, there were countless experts in the remnant legions, and now all of them were able to refine flesh and blood medicine. The interaction between the 6 legions was not something the external alliance could compare to. Soon, all the subordinates of the Magic Hall would have their own gains. Maybe there would be a group of amazing people among them. It was also very possible. At this moment, with the formation of the 2 heritage monuments, the whole Forbidden Land of Rising Sun was in an uproar. From the black-robed desolate sovereign and the other high-ranking members of the Magic Hall to the ordinary masters of the 6 great armies, all of them turned to look at the monuments with burning eyes. There was the power of divine sense sweeping across the 2 heritage monuments, comprehending everything. This scene made Yi Xian feel very gratified. After nodding with a smile, he suddenly waved his hand. In an instant, the 7 beautiful cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru were swept away. They passed through the atmosphere of the stars under their feet and returned to the Immortals' Cave Star. At the same time, in the star field of the Star Alliance's headquarters in the void of the Chaos Fragment. First, the Star Alliance's army, which had participated in the invasion of the Tianji Starfield, had returned not long ago. Even the blood-devouring lion, the only remaining monster of the Star Alliance, had returned. But now, the vast star field occupied by the Star Alliance was dead silent. Although there were many masters of various races in the countless star field, there was no movement. and all the living beings of various races were hibernating in their own caves and lairs, trembling. Unknowingly, an extremely strong aura of despair enveloped the entire star field. In this battle, the Heavenly Tao Alliance and the Magic Hall's allied forces had achieved their goal. At least, all of the Tianji clan's battleships and mechanical beasts had been annihilated without exception. Even the Tianji beast, which had stepped into the Heavenly Tao realm, was forced to self-exile into the endless void of turbulence. De had fused the remaining 8 million members of the Tianji clan with his own body to form the Tianji beast. If there were no accidents, there would be no day of return. However, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated and the Tianji star field was empty, for the Star Alliance, this battle could not be considered a victory. Only winner was the Magic Hall. In addition, the Heavenly Tao Alliance, which had joined forces to besiege the Tianji clan, had fallen apart. It had once again become the Star Alliance, the alliance of 10,000 races, and the Human Federation. Not only did they no longer have anything to do with each other, they had even turned against each other. The alliance of 10,000 races was the worst. Long before this battle began, there was no desolate supremacy in the alliance's ancestral land who had awakened. The Human Federation was not much better. De and the entire mechanical clan were basically buried with the Tianji clan and De. Of the Human Federation's top fighting force, only 2 human desolate supremacies managed to escape. Moreover, they were disliked by the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, who was too lazy to kill them. Only then did they survive. Otherwise, like the alliance of 10,000 races, the desolate supremacy-level fighting force would have been reduced to nothing. As for the Star Alliance, although one of their bloodthirsty war lions had managed to escape, strictly speaking, he was only a Desolation Venerable. His Desolation Venerable combat strength was only achieved through the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion bloodline. There was a time limit. From this point of view, the Star Alliance was not much better off than the alliance of 10,000 races. In the entire alliance, there was not a single desolate supremacy who had awakened. This situation was too awkward, and it made people feel very insecure. In this current situation, if the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, wanted to, he could just send 2 Heavenly King avatars here and slaughter the entire Star Alliance. Think. At this point, the blood-devouring lion's body shook violently. He raised his head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing endless madness. Roar. The other races of the second universe are still in the second universe. Their ancestral lands are still in the second universe. However, my Battle Lion clan, as well as the Blood Dragon clan and the Cyan Rock clan, have already moved all of our clansmen and their entire ancestral lands here. No matter what, all of this cannot be erased by the Magic Hall. Otherwise, my Battle Lion clan will be completely annihilated. For the continuation of our clan, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. Chapter 4988. For the continuation of our race, I have no other choice. I can only fight. Roar. With a final roar, the bloodthirsty war lion sprang into action. His body blurred as he charged out of the cavern world and into the depths of the Star Alliance's territory. Zhuang as a desolate sovereign, his speed was naturally fast. After a short while, he arrived at the deepest part of the Star Alliance. This area was extremely quiet. There was not a single star in sight within a radius of 10 billion miles. However, in the darkness ahead, there were 3 gloomy light clusters standing in the void. They were not small in diameter, like 3 mysterious stars in the form of energy. They were more like black hole vortexes, but there was a dim light flickering in them. The Star Alliance was formed by various races from the second universe. The leaders of the alliance were the top 10 races of the second universe. Dong. However, since the Dark Tortoise clan had chosen the Magic Hall, the vacated position was taken by another race from the second universe. However, there were still 10 of them. Among the top 10 races, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion races were the top 3 races in the second universe's top 10 races. In addition, the reason why the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the War Lion clan had absolute authority in the Star Alliance was because all of their clansmen had moved from the second universe to this chaos fragment. Bowit was the same for their ancestral lands. The three black holes in front of him were the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Warlion clan. Inside the vortexes, there were many slumbering ancestors of the three races. There was no lack of powerful desolate sovereigns among them. Initially, they still needed to sleep for a period of time before they could wake up. However, the blood-devouring war lion could not wait any longer. The reason why he had rushed to the depths of the star area from the cave star was to wake up the ancestors of the three clans in the three energy whirlpools. He did not want to wake up just one of them, but all of them, because, in his opinion, even if all the ancestors of the various eras were to be awakened from their slumber in the ancestral lands of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans, they would definitely not be a match for the current Demon Hall. Therefore, waking up all of the ancestors in the three vortexes was only the first step of the bloodthirsty Warlions' plan. Connect after all the ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, Green Rock clan, and Battle Lion clan woke up from their slumber in the ancestral land of their clans. He still had a follow-up operation to carry out. Otherwise, they would not be able to contend with the increasingly powerful Magic Hall. Naturally, this would have an effect. If the ancestors of the three clans in the three energy vortexes were allowed to awaken on their own, their cultivation and strength would be able to reach the pinnacle. When they first entered their hibernation, they had already made the corresponding preparations. However, waking them up ahead of time would not be as he had expected. However, the bloodthirsty Warlion could not wait any longer. All the members of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Warlion tribes had migrated to this chaos fragment. If the master of the Magic Hall were to attack, the Star Alliance would not be able to resist and the Warlion clan would be wiped out. He could not accept such an outcome. In order to save his clan, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan was willing to pay a price. Roar! Whoosh! 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 With a flash of cold light, the blood-devouring war lion raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar. Then, from its bloody mouth, 3 blood arrows shot out at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead. The aura of the 3 blood arrows was dense and tyrannical. The blood-devouring war lion had even mixed a drop of soul blood into each of them. In order to awaken the Blood Flood Dragon race, Azure Rock race, and War Lion race's ancestors, he had paid a heavy price. Buzz! 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 As soon as the blood arrows entered the 3 vortexes, a low buzzing sound could be heard coming from them. But the bloodthirsty war lion did not do anything else. He stood in the void and waited patiently. Time passed slowly, but the blood-devouring war lion still did not leave. The low humming sound coming from the 3 vortexes 10 billion miles ahead grew more rapid and high-pitched. 1. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, different sounds could be heard coming from the 3 vortexes. Roar! 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 This is the soul blood of the Warlion clan's ancestor. He is forcefully summoning us. What did he do? How did he end up in this situation? Back then, the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan's bloodline primordial ancestor, had set a rule. He ordered the 3 clans to work together at all times. Once the old ancestors of the various eras in slumber in the ancestral lands of the 3 races capture the soul blood aura of any desolate venerable level expert of the 3 races, they must immediately interrupt their slumber and forcefully awaken. This means that the bloodthirsty Warlion clan, the Warlion clan, and the Warlion clan are in grave danger. How many years has it been? There has never been such a crisis. But today, is it really coming? Wake up, fellow Taoists. The danger of the survival of our Bloodworm, Azure Rock, and Warlion clans has arrived, and our slumber is meaningless any longer. All external enemies that come to disturb us must be annihilated, and we must use blood and fire to defend the dignity of our 3 clans. Roar! Screech! Rumble! Whoosh whoosh whoosh! As these deep and distant divine sense voices rang out, the 3 energy vortexes that were lined up side by side in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead suddenly began to tremble violently, emitting thunderous rumbles. At the same time, There were roars and howls raging in the vortexes. At first, there were not many of them, but they soon became denser. Then, with a sharp whistling sound, streaks of light blasted out from the 3 energy vortexes. After rushing out of the 3 energy vortexes, they expanded in the wind, instantly turning into bloody dragons, green rocks, and fierce battle lions. These were the ancestors of the 3 clans who entered the ancestral lands of the 3 clans in different eras to begin their slumber. Because they had entered seclusion at different times in the ancestral land at different times, their original cultivation bases were also different. Therefore, although they were awakened at the same time by the blood-devouring war lion's soul blood aura, they ended their long slumber and came out of seclusion at the same time. However, in fact, the blood flood dragon, green rock, and battle lion clans' ancestors from different eras who had rushed out from the 3 energy whirlpools had different auras of cultivation. However, the weakest one was a universe master. As for the strongest one, he had reached the desolate supremacy level. 3. The number of ancestors of the various eras who rushed out of the ancestral lands of the 3 vortexes was not small. There were more than 100 of them. It was absolutely shocking. Chapter 4989. Roar, roar, screech. Along with earth-shattering roars and howls, one figure after another charged out from the 3 energy vortexes 10 billion kilometers ahead. Only after 30 minutes had passed did everything come to a stop. The incessant buzzing in the air disappeared, and the 3 star-like energy vortexes no longer trembled. This meant that the ancestors of the 3 clans had all awakened and emerged from their slumber. Looking over, there were already close to 200 figures in the space in front of him. They were all in the form of the blood flood dragon, the azure rock, and the battle lion race. There were big and small figures, but their forms were basically the same. There were only some slight differences. There were about 60 of the 200 ancestors from the Gorfine dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race, and the weakest of them was a universe master. Until there were about 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era and 5 or 6 supreme beings of the primordial era. Plus, altogether, there were 16 or 17 primordial sovereigns and primordial sovereigns among the nearly 200 primordial patriarchs from different eras. There were even 2 supreme beings of the blood dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race who were at the peak of the 9th stage. But, even so, there were only 6 supreme beings of the half-step heavenly Tao among the 3 races, which was still no match for the Magic Hall. Everyone, the Gorfine dragon, the green rock, and the battle lion race are facing an existential crisis. After the 3 energy whirlpools 10 billion miles ahead had completely stabilized, the bloodthirsty battle lion in the void suddenly spoke. His voice was filled with endless resentment. Although the Tianji race was basically annihilated in the previous battle, at the last moment, they joined forces with the Star Alliance to attack the Magic Hall in the Tianji Star Sector and killed our fellow Taoists, the 9-headed Bloodworm and the Azure Sky Rock, have fallen at the hands of the Master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Even the Scarlet Unicorn and the 9 Netherworld Demon Crocodile, who joined the Star Alliance, were killed by Yi Xian. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful one in this primordial world fragment. Just the Desolate Supremacy, who is a half-step into the Heavenly Tao realm at the peak of the 9th stage, already has 8 of them. Even if all the patriarchs of our Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans were awakened, they would still not be a match for them. Speaking of this, the blood-devouring war lion suddenly paused. Then, he used his divine sense to tell the blood-devouring war lion about the structure of the various forces in this fragment of the untainted land, as well as what had happened after he brought all the clansmen of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan into this fragment of the untainted land. Surprisingly, the nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans had been hibernating in their respective clans' ancestral lands all this time. They had no idea what was going on outside. Across from them, there was silence. The nearly 200 patriarchs of the 3 clans who had just awakened from their respective ancestral lands listened attentively to the blood-devouring war lion's introduction. Their eyes glowed with a mysterious light, making it impossible to tell whether they were happy or angry. "You have just awoken from our long slumber, so we can't be too emotional. Otherwise, it won't do us any good. That's the gist of the situation. Today, the Magic Hall is the most powerful force in this untainted land fragment of the untainted land. The alliance of 10,000 clans and the Human Federation have turned against the Star Alliance. What's more, they can't even protect themselves right now. Even if they don't turn against us, they won't have the time to deal with us. As soon as the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. When the time comes, the other clans from the first universe will be fine. After all, there are still clans and ancestral lands in the first universe. However, the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans have done the same. If the Master of the Magic Hall arrives, our 3 clans will be in grave danger. This is the reason why I have decided to awaken all the patriarchs of the 3 clans who have been hibernating in our ancestral lands. However, even if all the patriarchs of the 3 clans awaken from their slumber in our ancestral lands, we still won't be a match for the Magic Hall. At this point, the blood-devouring war lion paused again and swept its gaze across the 200 or so ancestors of the 3 clans in front of it. So what I mean is that we should work together and activate the power of the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of our 3 races. We will blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this star zone with a certain star zone in the second universe. This way, the armies of the other clans in the second universe will be able to pass through this void passage and arrive here in no time. The patriarchs of the various clans who have been hibernating in their ancestral lands can be awakened at any time. At the same time, if the threat of annihilation really descends, the clansmen of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan can immediately retreat to the second universe through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. All in all, the Star Alliance doesn't only consist of the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans. Ever since we entered the Chaos Fragment, the armies of the other clans in the second universe have been living under our protection. But now, our 3 races have already awakened the slumbering ancestors of the various eras in our ancestral lands, but it's still not enough to contend against the Demon Hall. As such, it's naturally time for all the other races to contribute to the alliance. Seconded. I don't have any objections. This is how it should be. Seconded. As the blood-devouring war lion's voice faded away, the nearly 200 ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon clan, the Azure Rock clan, and the War Lion clan, who had just awoken from their slumber, immediately made their stance known. Most importantly, the final result was unanimous approval. Everyone supported the blood-devouring war lion's decision and proposal. No one objected. After all, for the Blood Flood Dragon, Azure Rock, and Battle Lion clans, this proposal was only beneficial. There was no reason for them to object. Such an outcome was within the blood-devouring war lion's expectations. At this moment, when he saw that none of the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans had objected and reached a consensus, he immediately nodded with a gratified expression on his face. Then, the blood-devouring war lion's voice rang out again. In that case, let's begin. Everyone, listen to my unified command. Use all your strength to activate the energy vortex in the ancestral lands of the 3 clans. Create a resonance. 3, 2, 1, go. Whoosh! Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! The blood-devouring war lion raised his head and roared the last 2 words. As this roar rang out, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans from various eras also fully activated the power in their bodies and shot out pillars of energy at the same time. Rumbling sounds echoed out. Chapter 4990. Swoosh! Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In the void, a large number of air-piercing sounds rang out. They were so sharp that it made one's scalp go numb. Following, the blood-devouring war lion let out a final roar. Instantly, a blood-red light shot out from his body. At the same time, the nearly 200 ancestors of the 3 clans in the void in front of them also urged the energy in their bodies to shoot out beams of energy at the same time. These 200 beams of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the 3 clans urging the energy in their bodies at all costs. These energy beams were of different colors, but they were all extremely hot. They emitted an extremely dense energy aura. In the blink of an eye, They all entered the three energy whirlpools that were arranged in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. These three energy whirlpools were the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans were sleeping in them. It was created by the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans. Back then, the bloodline primordial ancestors of the three clans who left behind the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan in the second universe were the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuan Peng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Before they left the second universe for the primordial chaos void, they each used their own bloodline to create these three energy whirlpools. It could be said that the three energy whirlpools contained the bloodline powers of the Blood Sea Devil Dragon, the Kuan Peng clan, and the Blood Slaughter Lion. Also because of this, they were considered the ancestral grounds of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. The ancestors of the three clans all entered seclusion in these energy whirlpools and were nurtured by the primordial ancestors' bloodline power. The effect was much better than cultivating and sleeping in the void outside. For example, today, all the ancestors of the three clans who had just woken up activated their own bloodline power. They even added some soul blood to activate their own power. They turned into beams of bloodline power and entered the three energy whirlpools. For a moment they resonated with each other. Buzz! Buzz! Buzz, buzz, buzz! A strange buzzing sound instantly rang out. At first it was extremely low and slow, but very soon, it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone, including the blood-devouring war lion, held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but there was also a hint of exhaustion in their expressions. The energy beam that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 200 pairs of eyes were focused on the three star-like energy whirlpools, revealing endless passion and expectation. Void in the air, the strange buzzing sound became sharper and more rapid. One under everyone's gazes, the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a straight line in the void 10 billion miles away gradually seemed to sense each other, resonating and synchronizing with each other, creating an invisible attractive force between them. That's right, they were originally in a row, but now they were gathering towards the center. Seeing this scene, everyone became excited, because this meant that their efforts had succeeded. The ancestral whirlpools of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans were about to merge into one. This century, that would be the time when the void passageway that had locked onto the coordinates of the second universe would descend. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound was strange, and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the three energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Boom! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Hiss! In the blink of an eye, there was an earth-shattering explosion, accompanied by a deafening rumble of thunder. It was so powerful that the Star Alliance's territory began to tremble. At this moment, in the countless inhabited stars of the second universe, countless clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe trembled in fear. They thought that this was the arrival of the Magic Hall's invasion army. Almost as if it was a conditioned reflex, all the clansmen and experts of different clans in the inhabited stars instinctively crouched on the ground, hiding in the corners of their cave mansions. They shivered, their eyes filled with desperation as if the end of the world had come. But soon, these clansmen and powerhouses from all over the second universe froze in unison. Their expressions were sluggish, and their eyes were filled with confusion. But they subconsciously raised their heads. Regardless of whether they could see or not, they all gazed into the depths of the star field. In the next moment, they suddenly felt a familiar presence. Although it was faint and indistinct, the summoning power that came from the bloodline couldn't lie. They seemed to have sensed the presence of the origin of their bloodline in their ancestral land. It wasn't an illusion. It was reality. Just as the energy vortexes in the ancestral lands of the Blood Wirm, Sai and Pong, and Battle Lion clansmen resonated with each other, fusing into one and exploding with a loud bang. In the depths of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance, there was a crisp sound like the cry of a phoenix. In the void, a huge fissure suddenly appeared. This fissure was too shocking. It stretched across the deepest part of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right. It almost pierced through the entire star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was extremely wide but also very narrow. At first it was only tens of millions of miles high, but soon it seemed to be pulled by an invisible force, rapidly expanding. In just a few breaths of time, a fissure appeared in the deepest part of the star field occupied by the Star Alliance. It was as large as the sky. From left to right it was tens of billions of miles wide, and from top to bottom it was more than 10 billion miles high. It took up a corner of the star field. The crack that seemed like a huge curtain of space was originally pitch black, and there were even large amounts of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc. However, under the influence of some unknown, invisible force, the structure of the crack became more and more stable. Even the pitch-black crack seemed to have gradually thinned out, and some changes had taken place. Whoosh! There was an almost imperceptible sound of something breaking through the void. Suddenly, an eye-catching ray of light appeared within the fissure. It was a ray of starlight, coming from the other side of the fissure. At first there was only one ray of starlight, but soon there were more and more of it. In just a few breaths of time, there was a flickering light. Under the illumination of these faint rays of starlight, the fissure was no longer pitch black. It shone like a river of stars. And, judging from the aura of this galaxy that had suddenly appeared, it was clearly the aura of the second universe plane of the three great starry skies. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Blood Wyrm, Cyan Pong, and Battle Lion clansmen had finally succeeded in merging the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the chaos. Chapter 4991. At the cost of destroying their ancestral lands, the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans finally succeeded in merging the second universe with the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. In the depths of the Star Alliance's territory, a spacious passageway to the second universe was finally stabilized. The passageway was vast, spanning tens of billions of kilometers from left to right and from top to bottom. The height of the passageway was more than 10 billion kilometers. Not to mention an army of battleships, even giant planets could pass through it with ease. From this moment on, there was no longer any barrier between the second universe and the Eldritch Wastelands fragment. Through this passageway, any expert or army of any faction could freely travel between the Eldritch Wastelands fragment and the second universe. This was of great significance, especially to the Star Alliance. It was immeasurable. With the passageway stabilized, not only would the armies of the second universe be able to descend on the Star Alliance's territory at any time, even the slumbering ancestors of the various clans would be able to do so. In the event of an invasion, any expert of the Star Alliance in the Eldritch Wastelands fragment would be able to escape to the second universe through the passageway if they were unable to defend themselves. Although this was equivalent to bringing the invading enemy into the second universe, if the combined forces of all the races in the second universe were unable to resist the invading enemy, then if the enemy really wanted to, it was only a matter of time before they chased after them. There was not much difference whether they had the convenience of this void passage or not, but still, therefore, the passageway that stabilized the Eldritch Wastelands fragment's orbit with the second universe had its disadvantages. But in short, the advantages outweighed the disadvantages. Now that the passageway had been stabilized, the nearly 200 newly awakened ancestors of the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Cyan Rock could finally relax. With the passageway, the Bloodline Wyrm, Cyan Rock, and Battle Lion clans would at least be able to avoid being wiped out if the Magic Hall's army attacked. At worst, they could just escape to the second universe. At that time, he could pull in the other races of the second universe and have them awaken all the ancestors of the various eras that were hibernating in their ancestral lands. Together, they could fight against the Magic Hall, and they might be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to do so just yet. The Magic Hall's army hadn't arrived yet, and there was no sign that they were about to launch a full-scale attack on the Star Alliance. The greatest purpose of this void passage's existence is actually to provide a safe and secure final path of retreat. Roar! Or screech! It didn't take long before roars and screams filled the Star Alliance. They were filled with joy and surprise. This was the roar of the leaders of the Star Alliance from the second universe. They could sense the presence of their ancestral lands, and it was coming from every corner of the Star Alliance. Desire to rush into the void passage leading to the second universe. The leaders of the Bloodline WIRM clan and the Bloodline WIRM clan didn't stop them. Instead, they sent some of their leaders back to the second universe to report the situation to their respective ancestors. At the very least, it would alert the higher-ups of the various races who had stayed behind in the second universe. When they were needed, those old fellows would know what to do. They would be able to wake up the ancestors of the various eras who were sleeping in the ancestral land as soon as possible. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Rumble, 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 rumble. Fleet after fleet rushed into the void passage and returned to the ancestral lands of the second universe. The alliance of 10,000 races. It had been a long time since the battle in the Tianji galaxy. The Alliance's army had long since returned to the Alliance's territory. Since then, they had remained dormant, not daring to go out again. However, they did send out a large number of scouts. They paid close attention to the progress of the battle in the Tianji galaxy and reported back as soon as possible. The Alliance was one of the three great powers that had formed the Heavenly Order Alliance. They had also participated in the battle in the Tianji galaxy. The Alliance's army had sent a fleet of warships through the Stargate that connected to the Human Federation's galaxy. But they had only participated in the initial, conventional battle. As for the battle against the Heaven's Legacy Beast, not a single expert from the entire Myriad Races Alliance had participated in it. Back then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance had sent an army from each of the three main planes of the universe. The Alliance's space rats, infernal ants, ferals, and slimes had all migrated to the second universe, just like the Bloodline WIRM, Cyan Pong, and Battle Lion. This time, the four races had also brought 40 billion battleships gathered by the other slave races in the first universe. Since then, the entire alliance of 10,000 races had 24 late-stage mighty figures and 4 middle-stage supreme masters of the ancients. However, within such a short time, the 4 desolate masters and 24 late-stage supremes had all been killed by the master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Currently, there were only a dozen or so primordial powerhouses in the Myriad Races Alliance. After Yi Xian killed all 4 of the desolate elders of the Myriad Races Alliance, they were awakened by the Universe Supremes of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime from the ancestral lands of the 4 races that had already moved over. Woo! The ones who had awakened them were merely Universe Supreme beings of the 4 races. The concentration of their bloodlines was not enough to awaken a desolate master. Primordial great beings were the limit. Hence, there was no desolate master in the current alliance of myriad races. There were only a dozen great beings of the 4 races. Now, the war in the Tianji Star Zone had completely come to an end. Everything that happened after that had already spread. And now, the dozen or so almighties of the 4 races in charge of the alliance of the 10,000 races were having a secret meeting in the Alliance Hall in the depths of the Star Zone. In this war, the Tianji clan had been exterminated. Only one Tianji beast, who had entered the Heavenly Path realm, was left. It had been severely injured and had been exiled to the turbulent void space. However, the Heavenly Path Alliance had suffered a devastating blow because of this. Of the 3 major alliances that formed the Heavenly Tao Alliance, the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had turned against each other. Although the alliance of 10,000 races wasn't involved in this and was innocent, the Heavenly Tao Alliance was only in name now that the Heavenly Tao Alliance had turned against each other. Even if the alliance of the myriad races wanted to continue forming an alliance with the Star Alliance or the Human Federation, it was basically impossible. Moreover, from this war, the upper echelons of the Human Federation and the Star Alliance had become unsightly. Honestly speaking, none of the upper echelons of the alliance of the myriad races had the slightest intention of forming an alliance with them. That, without a desolate master, the alliance of the myriad races had to be carefully considered. Right now, the alliance of the myriad races was discussing this matter. Chapter 4992. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall deep in the Alliance Star Field, a dozen powerful beings from the Desolate Era were having a secret meeting. Based on the current situation of the void fragment of the primitive world, They put forward all kinds of suggestions and ideas about the future of the alliance of all races. The hearts of the 10+ almighty figures were very heavy, and the expressions on their faces were extremely heavy as well. They revealed a wisp of worry that was dense to the point of being impossible to disperse. Although the Heaven's Legacy race was annihilated and the Heaven's Legacy beast was heavily injured and exiled, the Heavenly Tao Alliance also fell apart because of this. Our Myriad Race Alliance doesn't have a desolate supremacy-level combat strength to hold down the fort, making it extremely dangerous. Not only the Magic Hall, but even the Human Federation and the Star Alliance could secretly attack us. Those old fogies aren't good people either. Previously, it was inconvenient for them to make a move because of the formation of the Heavenly Tao Union. Now that the Human Federation and the Star Alliance have shed all pretense of cordiality, if necessary, the alliance of 10,000 races is no more than a soft persimmon in their eyes. What's more, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, seems to have a deep misunderstanding of our alliance. He attacked us twice, killing the 24 powerful beings and 4 desolate supremacies that were originally in charge of our alliance. Seeing how deep his hatred is, it's hard to guarantee that the Magic Hall will attack our alliance. This is indeed a serious matter, and we have to be on guard early. Now, I'm afraid that we can only awaken some desolate supremacies from the ancestral land that we moved from and let them take charge of the situation. Now that the Magic Hall is the most powerful one, there are already 8 desolate supremacies who are half a step into the Heavenly Tao realm. If the desolate supremacies that we awaken from our ancestral land are too few and their cultivation is too weak, it's meaningless. But if there are too many of them, it's indeed a pity. It's really a headache to figure out how to balance and grasp the situation, he said. At this point, the powerful beings in the hall looked at each other and all shook their heads and sighed, whoosh. When everyone was unable to make a decision, a ray of light suddenly shot in from outside the hall. It was caught by one of the dozen or so great beings, and the power of divine sense instantly extended into it. Hiss, is the Star Alliance out of their minds? Yes. With just a slight probe, the expression of the giant ferocious race's ancient supreme expert suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock. Everyone turned around at the same time. Their faces were filled with fear and trepidation. Their hearts were in their throats, and they were extremely nervous. Take a look and you'll know. Xiao, the primordial expert of the giant ferocious race, frowned. He waved his hand and passed the sliver of light to the other primordial experts in the hall. After a few breaths of time, everyone finished reading it, and all of them gasped while similarly shocked expressions appeared on their faces, causing them to exclaim with astonishment. The bloodthirsty lion awoke the slumbering ancestors of the bloodrakes, the Saiyan rocks, and the war lions from their ancestral lands. It even gathered the strength of nearly 200 ancestors and destroyed their ancestral lands to blast open a void passage in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system. That's how it stabilized the orbit of the second universe. It's really a big deal. It seems that the old man was forced to do this because he had no other choice. After all, the Battle Lion clan, the Blood Flood Dragon clan, and the Green Rock clan have already moved all their clansmen to this fragment of the untainted world, including the Bloodline ancestral land where the ancestors of the various eras are hibernating. Under such circumstances, if the Demon Hall Master comes to find us, the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the other 2 clans will definitely be completely wiped out. The blood-devouring battle lions paid such a heavy price to prevent the Bloodhorn Dragon clan and the other 2 clans from being annihilated. By doing so, they forcibly tied the other clans in the second universe to the same boat as the 3 clans, and they would live and die together. It seems that the space rats, hell ants, giant ferocious, and evil slime tribes are also in the same situation. Not only have all of our people moved here, but even our ancestral lands are also in the same situation. To be honest, the danger we face is even more serious than the Bloodrakes and the other 2 tribes. Before they made this decision, at least the bloodthirsty lion had the battle strength of a desolate master. But we... At this point, the last almighty from the Space Mouse clan suddenly stopped speaking, but the expression on his face suddenly became strange. He turned to look at the other almighty figures of the 4 clans in the hall. At this moment, the atmosphere in the hall became incomparably heavy. More than 10 ancient powerhouses from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans looked at each other. Although none of them said anything, their expressions were very conflicted. Their eyes flickered incessantly. It was clear that they were in a dilemma, pondering over some extremely difficult decision. The uneasy silence only lasted for a dozen breaths. After a dozen breaths, the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans in the hall raised their heads at the same time. Their eyes flashed as they looked at each other again. This time, with just a simple exchange of glances, they reached a consensus in an instant. Suddenly, their entire bodies became inexplicably relaxed. Among them, a few of them even heaved a sigh of relief. A faint smile that hadn't appeared in a long time appeared on their faces. Then, they nodded and continued to speak. The overall situation in this Chaos World fragment is too serious. The Magic Hall is the strongest, and the Human Race Federation and the Star Federation are desperate. Only our Myriad Races Alliance is the weakest. It's too dangerous, we have to take a strong medicine. The Star Alliance has at least one bloodthirsty lion with the battle strength of a desolate master, but they also made the same choice. Why can't we follow suit? That's right, don't tell me that we have to fight against the Magic Hall, the Human Race Federation, and the Star Alliance? Even if we're not afraid of death, we can't drag the countless powerhouses of the Myriad Races Alliance down with us. It's one thing for the other races. Even if all the armies in the Alliance are dead, at least there are still people in the first universe. However, we, the Space Rats, the Hell Ants, the Giant Ferocious Beasts, and the Evil Spirit Slime have already migrated here. If there's even the slightest mistake, for our 4 races, it's a real danger of extinction. If that's the case, we'll become the sinners of our race. Even death won't be regretted. So, there's no need to think too much. There's already a precedent. We can follow the Star Alliance's example and make the same choice as the bloodthirsty lion. We can draw a gourd and draw a bottle gourd. We can wake up the slumbering ancestors of the 4 races. Then, we can let the ancestors decide whether to destroy the ancestral lands of the 4 races and build a parallel passage to the first universe like the Star Alliance did. It's decided. There's no need to think about it anymore. Seconded. Chapter 49-93. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh. In the void, a dozen figures rushed out from the depths of the Star Alliance where the Alliance Hall was located. They were the ancient masters of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races. Under the pressure of the situation, these ancient masters made the same decision as the blood-devouring war lion. In the face of the Magic Hall, which was now the dominant force in the void of the Chaos Fragment, they were powerless to resist. In order to avoid the threat of extinction, they had no choice but to awaken the ancestors of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races who were hibernating in their ancestral lands. Just like the Blood Flood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race, the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime race that lived in the first universe also had their ancestors who left behind their bloodline inheritances descend. Then, after leaving behind the bloodlines of the 4 races, the 4 ancestors left the 3 main planes of the universe without a trace. It was said that they went to the mysterious primordial void. Before they left, the founding ancestors of the 4 major tribes used their great abilities to form independent small grotto heavens in their respective ancestral lands. Then they left in a hurry. For countless years, the ancestors of the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime races would enter these 4 small independent grotto heavens to hibernate. This was because these small independent grotto heavens were not only safe and had a stable structure, but also had the effect of condensing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It was full of spiritual energy and was the best place for seclusion. All the ancestors of the 4 races who entered the independent grotto heavens made perfect preparations and did not plan to come out of seclusion in a short time. They all set their own goals, and some of them even went into an almost eternal slumber. As long as there were no major changes in the races, they would not wake up. Most of these existences went with the goal of breaking through to the desolate supremacy realm. A short period of seclusion would not achieve their goal, only this kind of almost eternal slumber had hope. But now, The reason why the more than 10 remote antiquity powerful figures of the four races had awakened all the ancestors of the various eras in their ancestral lands was to awaken the ancestors of the various eras who were rushing towards the desolate Venerate realm and let them take charge of the situation. For countless years, the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime races had entered their respective ancestral lands to hibernate. Even if only a few of them had successfully entered the desolate supremacy realm, there were still many desolate supremacies in the four races. It should be enough to fight against the magic hall. Moreover, as long as these desolate elders were awakened, they would be the ones in charge. As for where the clan would go, the dozen or so primordial great experts who were in charge of the overall situation would be able to unload the heavy burden on their shoulders. Soon, the stars in the void ahead became sparse. They had arrived at the depths of the star field. 10 billion miles away, for star-sized gloomy light spheres were lined up in a straight line. This is within the four light clusters were the ancestral grounds of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. Within each light cluster was an independent small heavenly abode. The spirit chi inside was incomparably abundant, and a large number of ancestors of the four races from various eras were hibernating. Many of them have been in slumber for countless years, but now they are about to be awakened. Shio! Swish, swish, swish. In the void, a sharp sound rang out. A crack appeared on the foreheads of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime. A beam of light shot out from the crack into the four light clusters. This, all of the streaks of dark light had been infused with their most precious strands of soul blood. Now that they had entered the ball of light, they had immediately triggered some kind of unknown reaction. Buzz, 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 buzz. An incomparably deep buzzing sound rang out, and the four balls of light trembled slightly in an instant. This scene lasted for about a dozen breaths of time. Then, from the four light clusters, a low voice of divine sense came out. This is the aura of the clan's bloodline, the power of summoning. The clan is waking us up. What happened? The bloodline primordial ancestor had given a strict order that no one could disturb and wake up the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds unless they encountered a great crisis of survival. Roar! Who dares to offend my hell ant clan? Hiss! Since I've already woken up, I'll go out and take a look. I'll use the shortest amount of time to deal with my opponent, and then I'll return to the ancestral grounds and fall into a deep sleep. I'm already at the peak of the 9th step of the Supreme Expert, and I'm only one step away from the desolate venerable realm. How dare you disturb my Hell Rat clan at such a critical moment, interfering with my process of breaking through to the desolate venerable realm. No matter who it is, this sovereign will definitely make them pay a heavy price. Roar! Screech! Swish, swish, swish. Following the wild roars and howls, numerous figures rushed out from the four gloomy balls of light. All of them were extremely large in size, and they were all experts from the four clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. To be precise, they were the ancestors of the various eras who had entered the ancestral grounds of their respective races to enter a deep sleep. This, after the ancestors of the four races rushed out from the dark clusters of light, they didn't leave immediately. Instead, they gathered in the void space in front of the four ancestral grounds. Around after a while, the four ancestral grounds that were lined up in a row in the void space fell into silence, and no more figures rushed out. But, in front of the four ancestral grounds, there were already more than 400 ancestors of the four races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. Among the four races, there were about 100 people from each race. Among the 400 ancestors of the four races, the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme, accounting for more than half of them, about 300 of them. As for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. 100. As for the remaining figures, there were more than 20 of them from each race. Among them, there were about 20 ancient supreme beings and 4 to 5 ancient supreme beings. In other words, among the 400-plus ancestors of the various eras of the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil slime races, there were more than 80 supreme beings of the primordial era, and more than 20 supreme beings of the primordial era. This kind of foundation, even compared to the current Star Alliance, was not weaker. After all, in the ancestral land of the Star Alliance, this time, only the ancestors of the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion races were awakened. However, the original slaves of the first universe were awakened today, but the ancestors of the 4 races of Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime were all awakened today. With one more race, the number of powerful beings and desolate supreme beings was slightly more, which was a normal phenomenon. Chapter 4994. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From within the 4 gloomy balls of light, one figure after another rushed out. All of them had incomparably large bodies, and were all experts from the 4 clans of Space Mouse, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime. They had been sleeping in the ancestral lands of the 4 clans for a long time, and their cultivation had improved tremendously. But now they were all awakened at the same time. To them, this kind of awakening represented that their race had encountered a great crisis that concerned the survival of their race. Positive because of this, the ancestors of the various eras who had rushed out from the ancestral lands of the 4 clans had extremely gloomy expressions on their faces. Some of them, who were at the peak of the 9th step and were about to break through to the next realm, were even more resentful and unwilling. The auras in their bodies were fierce, and they looked as if they wanted to devour someone. The Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime clans had a total of over 100 ancestors awakened. This is among the 400 or so elders of the 4 clans. Even the weakest one was already a universe supreme. More than half of them were around 300. While as for the remaining 100 figures, their cultivation auras were extremely powerful. They were either Primordial Era Almighties or Primordial Era Supremes. Each of the 4 clans had more than 20 of them. Among them, there were about 20 primordial cultivators and 4 to 5 primordial cultivators. It was a formidable force, perhaps even more so than the Star Alliance. This time, the Blood Wyrm, Azure Pong, and Warlion clans of the Star Alliance had awakened their ancestors from their slumber in their ancestral lands. However, the total number of ancestors from each of the 3 clans was only 200. Near of the 200 elders from the various eras, the Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race each had about 60 of them, and even the weakest of them was a universe master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 supreme ancients and 6 primordial ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 supreme ancients and 16 primordial ancients in each of the 200 ancients of the 3 clans. Juan the Space Rats, Infernal Ants, Gargantuan Behemoth, and Slime Wraith of the Human Alliance had awakened their ancestors. Compared to the Blood Wyrm, Cyan Pong, and War Lion of the Star Alliance, the Human Alliance had one more race. As the 400 or so ancestors of various eras emerged from the ancestral grounds of the 4 races, the dozen or so experts of the primordial era, who were responsible for the affairs of the Alliance, all breathed a sigh of relief. All they needed to do now was to hand over the leadership. Now that the 4 races had more than 20 primordial supremes, the burden of leading the alliance of 10,000 races was no longer their responsibility. They could finally take it off soon. The powerful figures from the remote antiquity era told him everything they had seen and heard since they woke up in the ancestral land of their clans. They also told him everything that had happened in the fragment of the untainted land and the general trend. Including the Star Alliance's choice of bloodthirsty Warlion. Everything was explained in detail. As soon as these words fell, the 400 or so ancestors of the 4 clans who had just woken up in the void in front of them were instantly shocked and cried out softly one after another. Everyone. It seems that the situation is worse than we expected. Who would have thought that the Tianji clan would be wiped out, but we would face an enemy stronger than them? Today, in the fragment of the untainted land, the magic hall has become the dominant force. The alliance of 10,000 races and the Human Federation have also turned against the Star Alliance. In fact, they can't even protect themselves now. Even if they didn't turn against us, they wouldn't have the time to care about us. As soon as the master of the magic hall arrives, the Star Alliance will be destroyed in an instant. Now, the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, and slime wraith have all migrated here. Even the ancestral lands of our clans are in the same situation. If the master of the magic hall arrives, our 4 races will face the threat of extinction. Unfortunately, even though the slumbering ancestors of our 4 clans have awakened, the strength of our 4 clans alone is still not a match for the Devil Hall. They have at least 8 half-step Heavenly Tao experts at the 9th step of perfection. It seems that we have no other way out. What I mean is that we should make the same choice as the Star Alliance. We should combine our strength and activate the energy vortex in our ancestral lands. We should blast open a path in the void and forcefully merge this region of the untainted land with a corner of the untainted land in the untainted land. This seems to be the only choice. If the threat of annihilation really comes, the people of the 4 races can immediately retreat to the first universe plane through this void passage to avoid the threat of annihilation. The bloodthirsty Warlian's choice is correct. The Star Alliance isn't just made up of the Blood Wyrm, Cyan Pong, and Warlion clans. Similarly, the alliance of 10,000 races isn't just made up of the space rats, infernal ants, giant ferocious, slime wraith, and slime wraith. This is a matter of life and death for all of our races. The other races that make up the alliance should contribute to its survival. This is what we should do. Seconded. Seconded. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As the voices echoed through the void, the 400 or so ancestors of the dimensional rats, hellish ants, giants, wraiths, and slimes all came to a consensus and made the same decision as the Star Alliance. No. Without any hesitation, under the unified command of more than 20 desolate venerables of the 4 clans, more than 400 old ancestors of the 4 clans from various eras instantly activated the power in their bodies with all their strength, shooting out energy pillars of light at the same time, rumbling as they shot out. Nearly 400 pillars of energy were extremely bright. They were the result of the ancestors of the 4 races unleashing the full power of their bodies at all costs. Everywhere the pillars of energy were different in color, but all of them were extremely hot. They emitted a thick bloodline aura. In the blink of an eye, all of them entered the 4 energy vortexes in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them. They immediately resonated with an unknown force. BZZZ. BZZZ, BZZZ, BZZZ. A strange buzzing sound immediately rang out. At first, it was extremely low and slow, but soon it became rapid and sharp. At this moment, everyone held their breaths. Their faces were filled with nervousness and excitement, but they also looked a little tired. The pillar of energy that contained the power of the soul bloodline had drained them quite a bit. 10,000 in front of everyone's eyes, the 4 vortexes that were originally in a row in the void 10 billion miles ahead of them seemed to be resonating with each other. They resonated with each other and created an invisible attractive force. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The buzzing sound was strange and it grew sharper and more rapid. Just like this, another 30 minutes passed, and the 4 energy vortexes that were originally arranged in a row in the void 10 billion kilometers ahead finally overlapped and fused together at this moment. Chapter 4995. Rumble. Hiss. An earth-shattering explosion rang out, accompanied by a thunderous roar that caused people's courage to shatter. Boom! The momentum was too shocking, causing the entire star domain occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance to tremble. In the depths of the star domain, there was a crisp, cracking sound like the cry of a phoenix. Suddenly, a massive crack appeared in the void. It lay across the deepest void of the star field, spanning tens of billions of miles from left to right, almost running through the entire star field occupied by the Myriad Races Alliance. It was extremely wide, but it was also very narrow. It was originally only a few tens of millions of kilometers in height, but it quickly expanded as if it was being pulled by an invisible and majestic force. In just a few dozen breaths of time, a void crack that was like a canopy of the sky had appeared in the depths of the star field. It was tens of billions of kilometers in width, and it was over 10 billion kilometers in height. It had replaced a corner of the star field. What was originally pitch black within the crack that looked like a giant curtain of space was even a large amount of spatial turbulence wreaking havoc within it. But soon, Under the influence of some unknown invisible force, the structure of the void crack became more and more stable. Even the original pitch-black void crack seemed to be slowly thinning out. Whoosh! Along with this almost imperceptible sharp sound, a striking ray of light suddenly appeared in the void crack. This was a ray of starlight, and it shot out from the void of another universe at the end of the crack. It emitted a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it couldn't be dispersed. Roar! Whoosh! This is the aura of our ancestral land. Look, in the depths of the star field, there is a huge void crack. On the other side of the void crack, there seems to be a bright sea of stars. What a familiar aura. Could it be the first universe? The first universe where our race is located is actually in the same orbit as this void fragment of the primitive world. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. At the end of this void crack, a wisp of the aura of the first universe that was so dense that it could not be dispersed poured out along with the brilliant starlight. From the countless inhabited stars in the vast star region of the alliance of 10,000 races, the figures of various races instantly shot out. Belt with excitement and joy, their gazes converged on the void fissure in the depths of the star domain. They quickly determined the direction of the void fissure. This void fissure was connected to rumble, boom. Soon, a large number of battleships were dispatched from the planets. The higher-ups of the former slaves of the first universe that formed the alliance of 10,000 races all issued orders and sent out battleship legions as scouts to return to the gathering of their races. They shot toward the void crack in the depths of the star zone ahead. Yes, the hundreds of ancestors of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime, who had been awakened from their ancestral lands not long ago, did not stop them at all. Over the years, they had been leading the armies of various races to struggle for survival in this fragment of the untainted land. But apart from the four races, the higher-ups of the other races had been living carefree lives in the first universe. Although the magic hall hadn't invaded yet, it wasn't time to force them to awaken all of the slumbering ancestors in their ancestral lands. But they should know the general situation of this fragment of the untainted land in advance. They should know the pressure that the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, and the evil slime were under. It was only right to give them some mental preparation. Rumble? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound gradually faded away. As the scout fleets of the other races continued to enter the void passage in the depths of the star domain ahead, the 400 or so higher-ups of the space rats, the hell ants, the giant ferocious, the evil slime, and the other 400 or so higher-ups of the various eras who had just been awakened also flashed and each chose a life star to enter. In that attack just now, they had all used up some of their bloodline power, and even their soul blood. It could be said that they had suffered quite a loss, and the impact on their bodies was not small. While the army of the Magic Hall hadn't invaded yet, they had to make use of all the time they had to make up for their losses. They even had to continue their seclusion in the stars to improve their cultivation strength. The Human Race Federation. In the previous battle in the Tianji Star domain, although the Tianji clan had been annihilated, all of their battleship armies and mechanical beasts had been annihilated. Even the star fortresses, giant intelligent robots, and various battleship production lines that had been built from the stars in the star domain had all been destroyed. All of the official members of the Tianji clan, including DE, had been exiled into the boundless void passage along with the departure of the Tianji beast. Moreover, the mechanical beasts that DR had fused with the entire mechanical race were chasing after them. There was basically no possibility of them returning. Although the goal of this battle had been achieved, the participating parties had suffered heavy losses. Of course, these losses did not include the Magic Hall, but only the Heavenly Law Alliance. As the battle in the Tianji Star domain came to an end, the Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. The alliance of 10,000 races, the Star Alliance, and the Human Federation that had formed the alliance had turned against each other because of this. From the current situation, it was impossible for them to continue to form an alliance, at least for a short period of time. No, however, the most important thing was that the Heavenly Law Alliance's three great alliances had all suffered disastrous losses. There was no need to mention the alliance of 10,000 races. Before the battle in the Tianji Star domain began, they no longer had a desolate venerable to hold the fort. After the battle in the Tianji Star Domain, the Star Alliance only had one desolate venerable left, the blood-devouring War Lion. Most importantly, the Human Federation was the one that suffered the most. Among the three factions that formed the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Human Federation's high-end combat power was originally the strongest. In the Immortal Nine Stars, the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace, and the Temple of Glory, two desolate venerable monsters had awakened not long ago. In addition to D-Air and the two mechanical beasts under his command, the Human Federation's desolate venerable combat power was as high as 9 desolate venerables. However, now D-Air and all of the official members of the mechanical race had turned into mechanical beasts and chased after the Tianji beast that D had fused with. The other desolate venerable monsters of the Human Federation had all fallen, and only 2 human desolate venerables had escaped. This, of the 2 human desolate venerables, one was from the Immortal Nine Stars, and the other was from the 10 Ultimate Celestial Palace. Although they did not fall in this battle, their performance at the last moment of the battle had been spread out, and they had no face to see anyone. At this moment, these 2 human desolate venerable monsters, who had lost all face, were in the deepest part of the star domain that the Human Federation occupied. In the star where the Federation's Great Hall was located, they were discussing the future of the entire Federation. At this moment, everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races was immediately known to them. The 2 of them, one of the old men gasped in shock and exclaimed in shock, "Oh my God! Oh my God! Even their race is willing to sacrifice. Have they all gone mad?" Chapter 49-96. My God! They're even willing to sacrifice their own race. Have they all gone mad? Everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races was transmitted to the 2 surviving Huang Zun old monsters of the Human Federation. The 2 old guys were shocked. After a short moment of daze, they gasped and cried out in surprise. Before the cries of alarm could be heard, the 2 old fellows subconsciously exchanged glances, and the expressions on their faces instantly became extremely gloomy. At that moment, they felt a strong sense of crisis, not from the Magic Hall, but from the Myriad Races Alliance and the Star Alliance, especially the latter. After the battle in the Tianji Star Sector, the Heavenly Law Alliance fell apart, and the 3 powers that made up the Heavenly Law Alliance turned against each other. The Myriad Races Alliance was better off. After all, they didn't have a Supreme Master of the Primordial Era, so they didn't participate in the battle. But the Star Alliance was different. At the last moment, the 2 surviving elders of the Human Federation tried to curry favor with the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, in order to save their own lives. They even attacked the blood-devouring lion of the Star Alliance, trying to curry favor with the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian. Of course, the result was infuriating. The Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, didn't even look them in the eye. Not only did he let them go, but he also let the blood-devouring lion go. This point alone was enough to infuriate the 2 old guys of the Human Federation so much that they almost vomited blood. In their opinion, the Master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, did it on purpose. He spared the blood-devouring lion just to annoy them. It would have been fine if it was just the blood-devouring war lion, but now that old fellow had actually paid such a huge price and spared no expense to awaken the slumbering ancestors of the Blood Flood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans in their ancestral lands. There were more than 200 ancestors of the 3 races in total. The Blood Dragon, the Green Rock, and the Battle Lion race had about 60 each. Even the weakest one was a Universe Master. Arrival there were 5 or 6 Supreme Ancients and 6 Primordial Ancients in each of the 3 clans. In total, there were 16 or 17 Supreme Ancients and 16 Primordial Ancients in each of the 200 Ancients of the 3 clans. The Star Alliance's strength had suddenly skyrocketed. With the bloodthirsty Warlion's violent temper, he wasn't going to let the Human Federation off the hook that easily. While in addition to them, the Myriad Races Alliance also made a shocking move. The Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, the Wraith, and the Slime imitated the blood-devouring War Lion's actions. They followed suit and awakened the 400 ancestors of the 4 clans in their ancestral lands. This is among these beings, even the weakest one was already a Universe Supreme, accounting for more than half of them. There were about 300 of them, but the remaining 100 or so figures were either Primordial Ancients or Primordial Ancients. Among them, there were about 20 supreme ancients in each of the 4 clans, and 4 to 5 supreme ancients. In other words, among the 400 ancestors of the space rat, the hell ant, the giant ferocious, and the slime race, there were more than 80 supreme ancients and more than 20 supreme ancients. That was even more than the Star Alliance. Although the Human Federation didn't become enemies with the Myriad Races Alliance during the war in the Tianji Galaxy, the blood-devouring war lion had already spread the news of what they had done. Everyone in this fragment of the universe knew about it. Now that the Myriad Races Alliance was so powerful, they would ignore the Star Alliance's invasion of the Human Federation even if they didn't take the initiative to attack them. They would pretend they didn't see anything and watch the tigers fight from the sidelines. Still, the Human Federation had its own reserves that would not lose out to the Star Alliance or the Alliance of 10,000 Races. In fact, they might even surpass them. For example, there were still many superior beings and paragons slumbering in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 ultimate celestial palace, as well as the Temple of Glory, the core ancestral grounds of the former Federation of 10,000 Luo. If all of them were to be awakened, they would outnumber both the Alliance and the Star Alliance combined. But after some thought, the 2 desolate sovereigns who were now in charge of the Human Federation shook their heads at the same time and rejected the idea. On one hand, the Human Federation was far from having to awaken the supreme ancients in the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory. This was because, the longer the supreme ancients remained in slumber, the stronger their cultivation would be when they were awakened. Therefore, they wouldn't be willing to awaken them unless it was a matter of life and death. After all, the Human Federation's ambitions were greater. Among the 3 main planes of the stars, the human race and the 10 Ultimates Federation had the most resources in the first place, and they had the capital to scheme more. Clang. But that was only one of the reasons. Another reason was that, in the previous battle in the Tianji Star Zone, their performance at the last moment had been too embarrassing. They had made the wrong choice in order to save their lives. Now, these 2 old guys had a bad reputation in this fragment of untainted land. If they were to awaken some of the desolate sovereigns from the depths of the everlasting star, the 10 ultimate sky palace, or the Temple of Glory, they would feel embarrassed. It was too embarrassing. Even if they were to be awakened, they would have to wait until the storm of the Battle of the Tianji Galaxy had died down, and when the embarrassing incident at that time was no longer mentioned. At that thought, the 2 desolate sovereigns exchanged glances guiltily, and reached a consensus in an instant. As if they were of one mind, they nodded and made a suggestion. Whatever the case may be, the Human Federation still has you and me, 2 desolate sovereigns in charge, and both of them are late-stage Class 7 desolate sovereigns. No matter how you look at it, it's not yet time to awaken the slumbering desolate sovereigns in the 3 ancestral grounds. That's right. This is a matter of great importance, and we won't consider it for the time being. Still, even if we don't mention the Magic Hall and the Multiverse Federation, we have to be on guard against the Celestial Federation. That Shifter Blood Demon is a vengeful person, and has never been a good person. Previously, D-Air had opened up a stable planar portal in the void 10 billion miles away from the Federation's planetary system. That was how the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory arrived. Why don't the 2 of us put in more effort and blow up the wormhole again, widening it to at least the size of the portal built by the Star Alliance and the Multiverse Alliance? That's a good idea. That way, not only would the factions of the 3rd universe continue to arrive, stabilizing the Human Federation's control over the Void Fragment, we could at least bring the everlasting 9 stars, the 10 ultimate sky palace, and the Temple of Glory back to the 3rd universe when the time comes. At that, the 2 desolate sovereigns smiled at each other and could be said to have hit it off. Chapter 49-97. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. A month ago, a shocking piece of news broke out in the void of this fragment of the Chaos Land, causing an uproar among the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers. However, their hearts, which had been in their throats because of the end of the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, had finally calmed down in this fragment of the Chaos Land, other than the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids. There were 3 top-notch powers: the Tianji Clan, the Magic Hall, and the Heavenly Law Alliance. However, later on, following the battle in the Tianji Star Zone, which led to the destruction of the Tianji clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance. The Magic Hall once again became the undisputed overlord of this fragment of the Chaos Land. This, to the higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids. They naturally did not wish to see a situation where only one power dominated the fragment. If that happened, they would sooner or later be devoured by the Magic Hall and forcibly taken in. They would also have to regularly provide precious cultivation resources that were not easy to come by. However, the situation that they wished to see the most was that within this fragment of the Chaos Land, there would be 2 to 3 top-notch powers restraining each other. It would be best if there were occasional battles of various sizes. If that was the case, they would naturally not have the time to care about them. Originally, the various higher-ups of the various small and medium-sized powers scattered in various voids thought that with the destruction of the Tianji clan and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, such a situation would never happen again. Not long after, the Magic Hall would monopolize this fragment of the Chaos Land and forcibly take in various small and medium-sized powers. However, what no one had expected was that the matter that they had lost all hope for had suddenly taken an unexpected turn 1 month ago. On the other hand, in the face of the Magic Hall's dominance and the collapse of the Heavenly Law Alliance, the Starry Sky Federation and the Myriad Race Alliance actually made a huge and shocking decision within a short span of 2 days. Star the Sky Alliance's desolate sovereign old monster, the blood-devouring lion, gritted his teeth and woke up all the ancestors of the various eras who were hibernating in the ancestral lands of the Blood Dragon clan, the Green Rock clan, and the Battle Lion clan. There were more than 200 of them, and they were all universe supreme beings and above. Among them, there were dozens of primordial beings and 17 or 18 primordial supreme beings. Furthermore, the newly awakened patriarchs of the 3 races tore open a rift in the depths of the Star Alliance's planetary system at the cost of destroying their own ancestral lands. They forcibly merged the second plane of the universe with the void fragment of the Yorwilds. Such as with that, the Star Alliance was confident that the other races in the second universe would be able to summon their ancestors from their ancestral lands at a moment's notice. The same was true for the armies of the various races. As soon as this news spread, news of the Myriad Races Alliance's movement spread. Dang, at that time, although the alliance of 10,000 races no longer had a desolate Zune, the dozen or so ancient powerful figures of the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime made the same choice. They imitated the actions of the blood-devouring war lion and followed suit. More than 400 elders from the ancestral lands of the 4 clans were awakened. The weakest among them was a universe supreme, and more than half of them were awakened. There were about 300 of them. The remaining 100 or so of them were primordial beings and primordial supreme beings. Since the Space Rat, the Hell Ant, the Giant Ferocious, and the Evil Spirit Slime had more than 80 primordial beings. As for primordial supreme beings, there were more than 20 of them. That was even more than the Star Alliance. And in the depths of the Alliance's planetary system, they tore open a rift in the void and forcibly merged the first plane of the universe with the Chaos Fragment. Since then, both the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 Races had regained their confidence in facing the Magic Hall. Now, within the 2 alliances' planetary systems, there were about 20 primordial supreme beings. Moreover, they could summon reinforcements from the first and second universes, which had completed the merging of the planes. Now, if they were to join forces, they would have the strength to conquer the Magic Hall. Of course, such a situation was unlikely to occur. The master of the Magic Hall was notorious for his ferocity. Ever since the Magic Hall took over, he had never suffered a loss. Even if they had the upper hand on the surface, they would not provoke the Magic Hall unless it was absolutely necessary. Since then, whether it was the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Demon Hall, or the leaders of the many small and medium forces scattered in the void of the untainted land fragment, almost all of them turned their eyes to the Human Federation as if they had made a pact. The Heavenly Law Alliance had fallen apart. Among the 3 great powers, the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance had already taken action and reversed the unfavorable situation for them. Now, the only one left was the Human Federation. All the powers wanted to know what kind of decision the 2 old monsters of the Human Federation, whose reputations weren't too good, would make. A month had passed, but the Human Federation had not made any moves. Gradually, the people who were paying attention to the Human Federation started to disperse. Most people believed that the two old monsters would grit their teeth and endure the current dangerous situation. They would not make any rash moves until the most critical moment. But in fact, this was not the case. Over the past month, the two desolate, venerable old monsters of the Human Race Federation had been busy. Previously, D-Air had created this huge wormhole passage in the void 10 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation star sector. Although it had successfully connected to Universe 3, it was still a huge wormhole passage. But the wormhole could only allow one star to pass through. Even two stars could not pass through. This level of wormhole was far from the so-called merging of planes. To achieve the level of merging planes, they would have to expand this stable wormhole by at least 10 times. This was not impossible for the two desolate supremacy old monsters of the human race, but they had to be prepared. Therefore, in the past month, they had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. As long as all the arrangements were completed smoothly, there was at least an 80% chance that the wormhole would be expanded by at least 10 times with the help of the two old monsters' full power. In this way, this wormhole would be the same as the Star Alliances and the Human Federations. It could be said that this wormhole was truly a parallel plane to the Human Federation's third universe. In the past month, the outside world thought that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in fact, the two old monsters of the Human Federation had been making all kinds of arrangements in this wormhole. Now, all the arrangements had been completed. This wormhole passage looked normal from the outside without any abnormalities. But in fact, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. Chapter 49-98. In the void beyond the planetary system of the Human Federation, whoosh, 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 two figures darted out of a wormhole 10 billion miles away from the Federation planetary system. They were none other than the two late-stage old monsters with a bad reputation who were currently overseeing the Human Federation. Over the last month, the outside world had assumed that the Human Federation had not made any moves. But in truth, those two old fellows had been in the wormhole all along, making various arrangements in full swing, and now all arrangements had been completed. From the outside, this wormhole appeared to be normal without any abnormalities. But in truth, countless nodes had been set up inside. These nodes formed a void array that was incomparably powerful and could explode at any time. Once the void formation within the wormhole was detonated, the countless nodes would explode at the same time. Under the precondition that the wormhole remained stable, its diameter could be widened by more than 10 times in the shortest time possible. Only in this way could this wormhole channel be considered to have truly realized the formal parallel orbit of Universe 3 controlled by the Human Federation. And once the merging was complete, the two old fellows' objective would be considered accomplished. If the Magic Hall, the Alliance of 10,000 races, and especially the Galactic Federation did not invade, they would simply use the stable wormhole to continuously send in the human legions from the third universe. But once they were attacked and could not resist, they could just bring the imperishable 9 stars, the 10 ultimates, and the Temple of Glory into the wormhole and flee to the third universe for the time being. Though it would be a little embarrassing, it was at least better than waking up some old monsters from the depths of the imperishable star, the 10 ultimates, and the Temple of Glory while the wind was still raging, making them lose all face. At that very thought, the two shameless old fellows turned to look at each other and nodded at the same time. Everything is ready, we just need one last thing. This old man has made 3 full calculations without any mistakes, and it could be detonated at any time. Then let's not wait any longer. Things might change if we delay. Let's first complete everything. After finishing the last sentence, the two old men did not say anything else. The smile on their faces disappeared, and their expressions became extremely solemn. Then, a cold light flashed in their eyes. In an instant, they fully activated the power in their bodies and raised their hands to punch forward. Boom! Boom! Rumble. In the next moment, all the Zhen Yuan in the two old monsters transformed into a beam of energy that shot out at lightning speed. In the blink of an eye, it entered the wormhole and disappeared. This is the 2 energy pillars were over 10,000 zhang in diameter and were extremely solid. After all, they were the full-powered attacks of a late-stage 7th-order old monster. Not only were they faster than lightning, but they were also terrifyingly powerful. Along the way, the void collapsed, letting out muffled rumbling sounds of thunder. Whoosh! Whoosh! The late-stage Zune old freak drew back immediately. In the blink of an eye, he arrived at the edge of the Human Federation, which was tens of billions of miles away, then sat down cross-legged in the void. Then, with a wave of their hands, the two old men both slapped some top cultivation resources into their mouths to replenish the energy in their bodies that they had just consumed. As for the Human Federation behind them, all the forces were ordered to retreat to the depths of the star field by the two old men. They were not allowed to step out of the star field rashly. Such as today, in this vast and boundless void, behind some abandoned stars in some remote corners hundreds of billions of miles away, some scattered fleets could be seen. They were the scouts from various small and medium-sized forces. At first, there was no movement, but at this moment, the commanders in the scout fleets were all alarmed. This was because the two late-stage old monsters in the Human Federation suddenly appeared outside the star field. This was definitely not normal. There must be something going on. Boom! Rumble! No more. When the higher-ups of the scout fleets hundreds of billions of miles away reacted, the wormhole passage, which was tens of billions of miles away from the star field of the Human Federation, began to tremble violently, and there was an earth-shattering sound of thunder in the next moment. All the nodes of the void array that the two old men spent more than a month to arrange in the wormhole passage exploded at the same time. This violent force that made one's heart tremble was raging. The wormhole passage in front of them instantly expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye. Its diameter was originally only the size of a giant star, but in just a moment, the diameter of the wormhole passage doubled, allowing two giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. While during this process, the aura of the wormhole passage had been very stable, and there was no sign of it falling into chaos. By the numerous nodes of the void formation in the wormhole passage were actually set up by two 7th-stage old monsters after a month's worth of time. After that, they even went through 3 comprehensive deductions to ensure that there wouldn't be any accidents before fully detonating it. Boom! Rumble! The earth-shattering roar continued. In their line of sight, this wormhole passage was expanding rapidly in all directions almost every moment. It was like a big mouth. The more angry it was, the more it opened, but it only expanded in all directions, and did not approach the star field where the Human Federation was located. Straight after 4 or 5 breaths, the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 5 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Not only was this void mouth still as stable as before, but even the distance between it and the edge of the Human Federation starfield was still around 10 billion miles. This was the result of the deliberate guidance of the two old men. They had considered the distance between the Human Federation starfield and this wormhole passage when they arranged the void array composed of countless explosive nodes in the wormhole passage. Thus, therefore, although the wormhole passage was expanding, it only radiated in all directions and did not approach the Human Federation starfield from a deep level. 100 distance of about 100 million miles was the most suitable for the Human Federation. Whether it was summoning an army from the Third Universe or gathering the army in the Federation star field to evacuate to the Third Universe on the other side of the wormhole passage, they all needed this 10 billion miles of void as a gathering place. Boom. Rumble, rumble. In the blink of an eye, 20 breaths had passed. This wormhole passage had been expanding outwards. At first it was fast, but later on it slowed down. But now, 20 breaths had passed, and the diameter of the wormhole passage had reached a size that could allow 8 giant stars like the immortal star to pass through side by side. Also, in other words, the expansion this time was already 80% complete. Moreover, until now, the entire wormhole passage was still very stable. The two old monsters of the human clan had bright smiles on their faces. They felt that victory was in sight. However, right at this moment, an unforeseen event that completely caught them off guard suddenly befell them. Chapter 4999. 20 breaths had passed, and the wormhole channel had been expanding outward. It was already 80% complete, and until now the entire wormhole channel was still very stable. The two old monsters of the human race had already bloomed a bright smile on their faces, however. It was precisely at this moment that an unforeseen event that they had not expected at all suddenly, unexpectedly descended. Boom! Rumble! Roar! The rumbling sound still continued, but suddenly, the wormhole channel that had slowed down suddenly expanded again. In the blink of an eye, it expanded by a large margin. Moreover, in the rumbling sound of thunder in the void, there was actually an earth-shaking roar, dry and harsh, like the screeching of metal. In just a moment, the wormhole channel expanded by 1/3 at an astonishing speed. Originally, it could only accommodate 8 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side, but now it could accommodate about 12. Even the original intention of the two old monsters of the human race was only to accommodate 10 giant stars like the immortal stars side by side. Now, the wormhole channel had reached 12 immortal stars side by side, which was considered to have exceeded their expectations. Moreover, even if the wormhole channel unexpectedly expanded by a large margin in an instant, it was still incomparably stable, and there were no signs that it was about to collapse. From this point of view, everything that happened in front of them should have been a surprise for them because they had achieved their expectations. But, in fact, when all this accident happened, the two old monsters of the human race, who were sitting cross-legged in the void outside the edge of the Human Race Federation star field, were stunned at the same time, and then their faces changed dramatically. Their bodies shook violently, and they gasped in horror. What happened? Why did the wormhole channel suddenly expand so much? And that beast roar, how did it appear? Not only is the aura amazing, but it even sounds familiar. Do you also find it familiar? I also have the same feeling, and an extremely strong intuition shrouded my heart. We seem to be in trouble. Roar! Screech! It was as if the Buddha was responding to their exclamations that were filled with endless bewilderment. Just as the two old fellows finished speaking, an earth-shattering roar suddenly rang out from this planar wormhole passage that had stabilized after it expanded abruptly 10 billion miles ahead. Following closely behind was an extremely shrill and vicious howl. Regardless of whether it was the furious roar or the ruthless howl that followed it, they both sounded familiar, and they definitely came from the same existence, Shio. Rumble. When this incomparably shrill and ruthless howl faded away, a figure shot out from this stable wormhole that was connected to Universe 3. The sound of it breaking through the air was incomparably sharp, and the void rumbled with thunder. What rushed out of the wormhole was an incomparably gigantic mechanical beast. Its body was 500 million miles long, twice the size of the imperishable star. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of giant metal mantis wings on its back. However, its head was like a beehive with countless facets on it. The cultivation aura that emanated from its body was that of a true heavenly Tao realm expert. Look, when it came to this mechanical beast, the two late-stage, seventh-stage old monsters at the edge of the Human Federation star domain were first stunned. Then their expressions changed drastically. Their bodies trembled violently, and they were practically scared out of their wits. Heaven's mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a heavenly mystery beast. Mechanical beast? No, it wasn't a mechanical beast either. Heaven's the mechanical beast was about 400 million miles long. It was formed by the fusion of all the official members of the heavenly mystery race, as well as himself. Its cultivation level had already reached the true heavenly Tao realm, but in the recent battle in the Tianji stellar domain, the heavenly legacy beast's 6 mechanical arms had been blasted off. Pang Da's terrifying body that spanned over 400 million kilometers was left with a hole that was more than 50 million kilometers in diameter. Furthermore, it was pursued by D-Air's mechanical beast into the endless void turbulence. As for the mechanical beast, it was formed by the fusion of D-Air and all the official members of the mechanical race. It stood on its hind legs, with a pair of metal mantis blade-like wings on its back. Its body was only about 300 million miles long, and its cultivation was close to the true heavenly Tao realm. Could be said to be the strongest person under the heavenly Tao realm, and even the Magic Hall's master, Yixian, was probably slightly inferior. However, it had yet to enter the true heavenly Tao realm. During the final moments of the battle in the heavenly mystery star domain, The main reason why it was able to chase after the Heavenly Mystery Beast was mainly because the Heavenly Mystery Beast had been severely injured by the Magic Hall's heaven-falling bow from Yixin. At the end of the battle, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast fled into the endless void turbulence. Regardless of who it was, the countless experts in the void fragment of the primordial world never expected that they would return one day. However, in fact, this scene had indeed happened. However, there was a high chance that it had something to do with the expansion of the wormhole by the two late-stage old monsters of the human race, connecting the third universe and the void fragment of the primordial world to form a parallel orbit. It was during the expansion of the wormhole that they had accidentally captured the aura of the void coordinates. That was why they had come all the way. First, the sudden loud bang and the sudden expansion of the wormhole by nearly 30% was caused by them tearing through the void and entering the extremely stable wormhole from the endless void turbulence. However, in fact, it was no longer suitable to use the word them to describe them. Dang, when the chase entered the endless void turbulence, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast were indeed two independent existences. In fact, they were one, so it was them. However, right now, the thing that had just charged out of the wormhole that had completed its orbit with the third universe was clearly a whole entity. It was the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast. It was no longer two separate entities, but one that had fused into one. If one really had to call it, one could only call it. Previously, the Heavenly Mystery Beast was 400 million miles in size, while the Mechanical Beast was about 300 million miles in size. Now that the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast had fused into one, its size had reached 500 million miles in size. Such a terrifyingly huge body was definitely a supreme overlord in this untainted world fragment void. In addition, this new type of Mechanical Beast, which was formed by the fusion of the Celestial Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, must have been the fusion of DE and D-Air. No matter who had swallowed whom, the fusion of the two was an indisputable fact. Therefore, up until now, it was most appropriate to call this terrifying beast that was the fusion of DE and D-Air, the Heavenly Mystery Beast and the Mechanical Beast, and even the entire Heavenly Mystery Race and the Mechanical Beast, the Emperor Beast. Roar! At this moment, as it finally escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the fragment of the untainted world, the enormous Emperor Beast raised its head and let out another shocking roar, which was filled with endless madness. Chapter 5000. Roar. The next moment, as it escaped from the endless void turbulence and returned to the void fragment of the Eldritch universe, the gigantic the Arch-Beast raised its head and let out an earth-shattering roar, revealing an endless sense of madness. The invisible pressure emitted by this roar made the two Huang Zun old monsters of the Human Federation tremble. Their hearts were in their throats, but in the endless fear in their eyes, there was clearly hope and expectation. This, the Arch-Beast was 500 million miles in size. Even a giant star was like a small dot in front of it. It walked on two legs with 4 arms and 2 legs. On its back was a pair of huge mechanical wings that looked like a mantis blade. This pair of wings was a characteristic of mechanical beasts, and its head was a combination of countless facets that looked like a beehive. This was a characteristic of the Celestial Mystery Beast. The Arch-Beast was the amalgamation of a mechanical beast and a Celestial Mystery Beast. It was the culmination of the entire Celestial Mystery Race and the entire mechanical race. Its appearance meant that between DE and D-Air, one had already been devoured by the other. The reason why there was a strong sense of expectation and hope in the eyes of the two old guys of the Human Race Federation was because of this. D-Air was a high-ranking member of the Human Race Federation, and previously, he had been in charge of the Federation's affairs. His relationship with these two old guys was quite harmonious. Therefore, if the Arch-Beast's appearance was formed because D-Air had devoured DE's Celestial Mystery Beast, then to the Human Race Federation it was simply great news. After the amalgamation, this mechanical beast was now a true heavenly Tao realm existence. It was even stronger than the Celestial Mystery Beast that had not completely stabilized its realm before. If it was really D-Air, the crisis that the Human Race Federation was currently facing would be instantly resolved. It could even leap to become the undisputed supreme overlord of this void fragment of the Eldritch universe. Even the magic hall would flee at the sight of him. Thinking of this, the two old men suddenly became excited. In their opinion, although there was a certain probability that this Emperor Beast was DE, the probability was less than 30%. After all, the state of DE's Heaven Mystery Beast at that time was obvious to all. He was chased into the endless turbulent void by D-Air's mechanical beast. From this point alone, the probability of D-Air devouring DE is at least 60% to 70%. Roar! Just then, the Emperor Beast in the void in the distance raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Then, its gigantic strange head slowly turned and looked at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain. Maureen's incomparably deep voice rang out, filled with boundless ferocity. The Human Federation, huh? Who would have thought that there would be such a coincidence? That's fine too. Today, I'll destroy it while I'm at it. Hearing these words, the two desolate elders of the human clan trembled violently. They were so frightened that they almost fell to the ground. It was clearly Di's voice. The dead D-Air was too useless. At that time, he was the one who chased DE into the endless void. Who would have thought that in the end, he would be devoured by DE? When this desperate thought surfaced in their minds, the gigantic Emperor Beast in the void in front of them had already rushed over with a shake of its body. Roar! DE, I won't let you succeed. You want to harm the Human Federation? Don't even think about it. Right at this moment, the Emperor Beast suddenly raised its head and roared angrily, followed by D-Air's divine sense voice. Following this, the Emperor Beast, which was rumbling over, suddenly turned around and rushed in another direction. This was a supreme existence that had stepped into the true heavenly path realm. The speed was too fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared into the horizon. While at the edge of the Human Federation's star domain, the two desolate elders of the human clan, who had almost fainted on the spot, stood there with their mouths wide open. They were completely stunned. Yi Xian was unaware of everything that had happened in the outside world. At this moment, he was in the cave-dwelling star deep in the rising sun forbidden land. The seven gorgeous cultivators, the purplish warbler, Duanmu Xiaocha, and Zhao Qianru had already entered the magic hall to continue their seclusion. During this period of time, Yi Xian had calmed down and adjusted his state of mind. His state of mind had also undergone a small sublimation. Now, he had once again welcomed the opportunity for a breakthrough. Swish, swish, swish. He arrived at the back mountain of the cave-dwelling star. With a wave of his hand, Shenong's treasured cauldron appeared. Yi Xian stepped in and sat down at the mouth of the cauldron, which was shrouded in 9-colored fog. Immediately after, a large number of faint air-piercing sounds could be heard. Rays of light shot out from his body and hovered in front of him. All these were the cultivation resources that he had taken out from the undying world in his body for this breakthrough. They included the all-evil origin liquid, the 9-colored divine medicine, and other top-grade cultivation resources. They emitted an incomparably dense energy aura. Taking a deep breath, Yi Xian did not hesitate at all. Soon, all the cultivation resources were compressed to the size of an infant's fist by the power of the Shenong Cauldron's field. They were all swallowed into his stomach and quickly dissolved. Hua! Rumble! Almost in the next instant, the clanking sound of chains came from his body, and a majestic energy river was formed. Accompanied by the sound of thunder, it spread out and started to circulate continuously until it was completely refined. This, when the energy river disappeared from Yi Xian's meridians and completely merged with his soul and body, an unknown amount of time had passed. Yi Xian, a cold light flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. With a thought, he only needed to charge once to break the shackles. In the next instant, the anticipated system notification rang out in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The ancient Dongshu mantra has broken through. Current realm. Third order supreme primordial level. Ding! Congratulations to the host. The physical body's chi and blood realm has broken through. Current realm. Third order supreme primordial level. Third Order Supreme Primordial Level. His cultivation had broken through again. This was the peak of the early stage Supreme Primordial Level. With one more step, he would enter the mid-stage Supreme Primordial Level. However, Yi Xian did not feel too happy. He had already known everything. Even if he used the 9 transformations of the demonic ape again after this breakthrough and entered the 9th transformation, his peak battle strength would still only be at the peak of the 9th Order Supreme Primordial Level. Of course, after the breakthrough, his battle strength would definitely be stronger than before. However, no matter how strong he was, there was still a fine line between him and the true heavenly Tao realm. This was a situation that could no longer be changed. As the primordial desolate apocalypse's full awakening process deepened, he would never be able to penetrate that barrier without obtaining the recognition of the primordial heavenly Tao in this primordial world fragment. He would never be able to step into the true heavenly Tao realm. Even so, when it was time to break through, Yi Xian still had to break through. He could not slack off because he would not be able to stay here for long. Soon, all the subordinates of the magic hall in the forbidden land of the rising sun would follow him into the primordial chaos starfield. Once he entered, it would be time for Yi Xian to explode. Chapter 5001. The Human Federation in the void outside the edge of the starfield. Although there was an accident, the plan of the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation still succeeded. Now, in the void in front of the Human Federation's star field, there was a huge wormhole entrance. Its diameter was so big that it could allow 12 giant stars the size of undying stars to enter side by side. This was beyond the expectations of this wormhole. It had already exceeded the original expectations of the 2 old monsters of the human race. Moreover, this giant wormhole channel that had achieved a parallel orbit with the third universe was incomparably stable. At this moment, as the autarch beast that had unexpectedly returned was far away, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation came back to their senses after a while. When they looked around, there were fleets and battleships of different sizes in the void far away. They were shooting towards the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared from. These fleets and battleships were originally scouts of the Human Federation starfield. They were scouts from small and medium-sized factions that were secretly observing the Human Federation's movements. However, now, in the wormhole that the Human Federation had built, a level autarch beast that was suspected to be the fusion of DE and DR had rushed out. Apart from being shocked, they were also puzzled. Although they were frightened, as scouts, it was impossible for them not to investigate when they encountered such a shocking change. Otherwise, they would not be able to explain themselves when they returned. Exactly because of this, these scout fleets from various factions swarmed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. Although the autarch beast was terrifying and had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm, as long as they kept a distance, they should be able to ensure their safety. They actually knew their limits. To the autarch beast, they were probably not even real ants. How could an existence at the level of the autarch beast target them? Only if they did not take the initiative to provoke it, they would definitely be fine. Of course, not all of the scout fleets rushed in the direction where the autarch beast had disappeared. A small portion of them separated from the scout fleets. Only a small number of battleships rushed in all directions. These battleships were obviously returning to the clans and forces behind them, reporting everything that happened here as soon as possible. How, without a doubt, as the news spread, the autarch beast's return would definitely cause an uproar in this vast void fragment of the primordial world and completely fall into chaos. At this moment, the 2 desolate supremes of the Human Federation were still standing in the void outside the Federation's star field. They had just recovered from their shock. Looking into the distance, they saw that the scout fleets of the small and medium-sized factions had disappeared at the end of their vision. The 2 old fellows exchanged glances, frowning, and fell into deep thought. They had naturally seen the situation just now. Yes, for the Human Federation, everything that happened later could be said to be a mixture of sorrow and joy. The Emperor the Beast had returned. Furthermore, this Empyrean beast was the amalgamation of a heavenly legacy beast and a mechanical beast. It was much larger in size and its cultivation level was much stronger. It had already stabilized its cultivation at the heavenly Tao realm. However, its own state was obviously somewhat unstable. Just now, the Emperor Beast's divine consciousness voices came out one after another from D and D Air's mouth. And Autark. Obviously, D and D Air were trying to devour each other and completely gain control of the Autark Beast. This situation was like having two primordial spirits enter the body of a living creature and start a primordial spirit war. No matter which one was possessed, as long as one could hold on to the end, he would be considered the winner. The one who lost would lose his consciousness forever. It was equivalent to having his body and soul destroyed. To the two old fellows, they naturally hoped that the winner would be D-Air. However, this matter was hard to say. Even if they were desolate supremes in the late stage of the 7th rank, they could not interfere. They did not have the qualifications to do so. It seems that we have to prepare for both scenarios. After some thought, one of the old fellows raised his head, gritted his teeth and said, "If D-Air succeeds, it'll be fine. Of course, everyone will be happy. To the Human Federation, it's a huge advantage. Everything will be reversed because of this. But if D wins, with his hatred for the Human Federation and D-Air, D's first target will not be the Magic Hall, but the Human Federation. Not only is the Autark Beast a true Heavenly Path realm expert, but it has also stabilized its cultivation in this realm. If D wins and the Autark Beast attacks, I'm afraid we won't have much time to prepare. Therefore, we should let the various forces in the Federation prepare to retreat. Once the news is confirmed that the winner is DE, immediately let them enter the wormhole at the edge of the star field and return to the third universe first." At this point, another old monster of the human race took over and nodded in agreement. When the time comes, although the Autark Beast can still enter the wormhole and chase us all the way to the third universe's realm, he most likely won't do that. After all, there are other enemies in the void of this Eldritch World fragment, including the Magic Hall, which also made DE invincible. During the battle in the Tianji star field, if not for the master of the Magic Hall, Yixian's Skyfall Bow, everything that happened later would not have happened. Therefore, it's very likely that he will temporarily abandon the Human Federation and rush to the Magic Hall to prevent Yixian from escaping. Whoosh! Whoosh! After making the decision, the two old fellows immediately raised their hands and waved out a beam of light. In the blink of an eye, it entered the Human Federation's star field in front of them. They were giving orders to the dozen or so primordial era experts in the Human Federation to immediately take action and prepare for a full retreat. As for the two of them, they naturally couldn't stay put in this special situation. After looking at each other, they nodded slightly and turned into two streaks of light, shooting toward the void in the distance where the Emperor Beast had disappeared. They would pay close attention to everything that happened on the Emperor Beast. Once the final result of the electronic consciousness battle between DE and D-Air was confirmed, they would immediately take corresponding measures. Star the Sky Alliance. A month ago, the Blood Serpent, Azure Pong, and Battle Lion ancestral lands were awakened from their slumber. Since then, the Star Alliance had fallen into a state of tranquility. Not even the rustling of leaves in the wind could be heard. Rumble. Whoosh. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. At this time, an earth-shattering roar suddenly came from the void in the distance. This was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabin being opened to the maximum. Looking around, the Star Alliance's scout fleet, composed of hundreds of small starry fortresses, was heading in this direction. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the star field. They rushed directly into the star field, revealing a trace of undisguised panic. Chapter 5002. Rumble? Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A Star Alliance scout fleet made up of more than 100 small fortresses was heading their way. The earth-shattering rumbles grew louder and louder. It was the sound of the warship's kinetic energy cabins operating at maximum capacity. They didn't slow down even when they reached the edge of the galaxy. Instead, they rushed straight into the center of the galaxy, revealing a hint of panic. The scout fleet had just received news of what had happened outside of the Terran Federation's galaxy. The fleet's higher-ups were scared out of their wits. They didn't dare to stop for even a moment and hurried back as quickly as they could. For example, today, the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans' ancestral lands had all awakened from their slumber. There were more than 200 of them in total. For example, among them, there were dozens of primordial great experts on the same level as the blood-devouring war lion. There were also 18 primordial supremes who were stronger than him. However, these masters and desolate masters had only just awoken from their slumber by the bloodthirsty lion. Therefore, after completing the connection between the Second Universe and the Star Alliance's galaxy, they returned to their respective planets and went into seclusion again. Of course, this kind of slumber was completely different from the one in the ancestral lands. It was shallow and could be awakened at any time. For example, since they had just awoken, they didn't know the details of the Chaos Fragment. Therefore, the bloodthirsty lion was still in charge of the Star Alliance. 2 desolate supremacies and 9 almighties stayed in the Alliance star sector and did not enter seclusion to manage the Alliance's affairs. For example, today, as soon as the Star Alliance's scout fleet entered the Alliance, the commander of the fleet rushed out from the flagship and streaked across the sky toward the living planet where the Alliance's Great Hall was located. For example, at this time, there were 11 figures sitting in the hall. 9 there were 3 primordial masters from the Blood Dragon, Green Rock, and Battle Lion clans. For example, the other 3 were primordial masters from the Blood Dragon and Green Rock clans. In addition, the bloodthirsty lion also possessed the strength of a desolate master under the 9 changes of the Berserk Lion. Rebuke, the commander of the fleet, rushed into the main hall and immediately reported everything that happened in the Human Race Federation. The blood-devouring war lion, the 12 powerful figures, and Huang Zun were stunned when they heard this. Then their expressions changed drastically, and they gasped in shock. They all exclaimed in shock, "What? The return of the autarch beast? How could this be? Damn it, this is clearly the work of those 2 old guys from the Human Federation. If they hadn't forcibly expanded the wormhole passage and made it parallel to the plane of Universe 3, how could the Emperor Beast that entered the endless turbulent void catch its aura and return? The situation doesn't look good." Although the Empyrean Beast isn't in good condition, with D-Air and D-Yi's electronic consciousnesses still in the process of devouring each other, the Empyrean Beast's body has already fused. Its injuries have all healed, and the fact that it has completely stabilized at the Heavenly Tao realm cannot be denied. This can be seen from its size of more than 500 million miles. Now that this Empyrean Beast has fused with a mechanical beast, it must be even more powerful. Our Starry Sky Federation will definitely not be able to resist. Our situation is different from that of the Human Federation. If D-Air wins, the Human Federation will have a complete turnaround. However, for our Starry Sky Federation, regardless of whether DE or D-Air wins, the result will be the same. I'm afraid that sooner or later, they will come knocking on our door. At this point, the 12 old monsters in the main hall exchanged glances. They were all worried. Ding! The huge main hall of the Alliance fell into silence. After a few seconds, the blood-devouring war lion's eyes flashed. He turned to look at the 9 powerful figures sitting on the left and right of the main hall. He immediately ordered, "The 9 of you will stay in the Alliance's star field and inform everyone to prepare to evacuate immediately. Once the order is given, you must enter the plane channel immediately and evacuate from this eldritch world fragment void." After saying that, he turned to the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan and said, "My 2 friends, the 3 of us will go out for a walk. This is a serious matter. We can't just sit here and wait for news." Fortunately, although the Empyrean Beast is powerful, it now has DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses in its body. They are constantly fighting each other and have fallen into a state of madness. In this state, its threat has been reduced to the lowest level. It can even be said that it is far inferior to the Empyrean Beast before its realm stabilized. As long as we keep a certain distance, hide our auras, and follow it from afar, in terms of safety, there should be no problem. The 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan obviously had no objection to this and nodded immediately. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh! Once the decision was made, the 3 old monsters didn't pause for even a moment. They leaped into the air and left the Alliance's Grand Hall. They rushed out of the vast starfield occupied by the Star Alliance and headed in the direction of the Human Federation. At the same time, in the Alliance of 10,000 Races. At this moment, in the Alliance Hall of the Alliance of 10,000 Races, more than 20 figures were secretly discussing this matter. Yes, they had just received the news about the Human Federation. Then, more than 20 desolate venerables and supreme masters of the ancients who were not in seclusion and were in charge of handling the affairs of the Alliance in the star field immediately began to discuss. The ancestors of each era that the Alliance of 10,000 races had awakened this time were from the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, and the Evil Slime clan. Therefore, the people in charge of the affairs of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall were the higher-ups of these 4 clans. For each of the clans had 5 desolate venerables and 1 supreme master of the ancients. In total, there were 24 figures. At present, the Alliance of 10,000 races was facing a similar situation as the Starfield Alliance. The strength of the Emperor Beast worried them deeply because no matter whether DE or DR won in the end, it wouldn't be a good thing for them. They would have to face it sooner or later. However, compared to the Human Federation and the Magic Hall, the Alliance of 10,000 races was in a better situation. They wouldn't be the first target of the Emperor Beast. But now that the situation had changed, it was necessary to prepare for a rainy day. Therefore, after some discussion, the higher-ups of the Alliance in the Alliance Hall immediately made the same decision as the blood-devouring lion. The 20 desolate venerables stayed in the star field and immediately made preparations to evacuate. The other 4 supreme masters of the ancients immediately rushed to the star field where the Emperor Beast resided. They concealed their auras and closely observed the situation from afar. They had to ensure that if any new changes occurred, the headquarters of the Alliance of 10,000 races could respond in the shortest time possible. Whoosh whoosh! After reaching an agreement, the 4 desolate elders immediately stood up. Without any hesitation, they leaped up and left the Life Star where the Alliance Palace was located. The first thing they did was to rush out of the star field and head towards the direction of the Human Federation. Chapter 5003. In the depths of the forbidden land of Rising Sun, inside Yi Xian's cavern star. Whoosh! After ending his seclusion, Yi Xian opened his eyes and stepped out of the mouth of the farmer god cauldron that was shrouded in 9-colored fog. With a wave of his hand, he stored the cauldron into his body. Just as he was about to step into the black magic hall on the peak of the towering mountain, a long howl suddenly echoed from outside the cavern star. A woo! It was clearly Old Pig's voice. Yi Xian paused and frowned slightly. He turned around and shot out of the cauldron star. The old man was clearly calling him. If there was no major event, he would not have done so. In the next instant, Yi Xian's figure passed through the atmosphere of the cauldron star and arrived in the void of the star region. There were not many figures outside the void. Other than Old Pig, there were only the black-robed desolate sovereign and primordial porcupine from the Alliance of the Remnants. They were all desolate sovereigns, or under the state of 9 transformations of the demonic pig, they had the combat strength of a desolate sovereign. Logically speaking, even if there was a major event in the outside world, they would not be worried. But in fact, whether it was the black-robed desolate sovereign, primordial porcupine, or even Old Pig who was a half-step into the heavenly Tao realm, they were all looking at Yi Xian with a worried expression. Did the Human Federation do something again? Did they learn from the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races and awaken the champions of various eras in the depths of the Undying Star, the 10 ultimate sky palaces, and the Temple of Glory? Yi Xian already knew about everything that happened in the Star Alliance and the Alliance of 10,000 races more than a month ago before he went into seclusion, but he did not take it to heart. No, after that, the Human Federation did not take any action, and Yi Xian was too lazy to care, so he entered the Farmer God Cauldron for seclusion. But, in fact, he was quite interested in the subsequent actions of the Human Federation. To be precise, he was interested in the 10 ultimate sky palaces and the Human Federation of Glory deep in the depths of the Undying Star. In among all the forces and races in the 3 main planes of the universe, the 2 human camps and the Myriad Net Federation had always had the deepest foundation. As the core ancestral grounds of the 3 factions, the Temple of Glory and the Temple of 10 Ultimates in the depths of the indestructible star would definitely have many superior beings and barren supremacies slumbering within. Yi Xian really wanted to confirm the approximate number of people and their strength levels. No. However, reality clearly left him greatly disappointed. This time, the 2 Baron Zune monsters who were keeping watch in the Human Federation did not awaken the latent powers of their race that were slumbering in the 10 ultimate celestial palace and the Temple of Glory. Those two old fellows merely expanded the wormhole passage 10 billion kilometers away from the star field by more than 10 times and successfully merged with the plane of Universe 3. The old pig spirit took over the conversation and suddenly sighed. However, there was a huge accident in the process. It can even be said that those two old fellows have gotten themselves into big trouble this time. Yi Xian did a double take at how serious his words were, his expression turning somber as well. The divine beast and the mecha beast have returned. To be precise, it is only an autark beast that returned. Since it is a fusion between DE and D-Air, it is called the autark beast. This autark beast is over 500 million kilometers in size, walking on 2 legs and 4 arms. It has a pair of mechanical mantis wings on its back, while its head is a giant beehive-shaped polyhedron like the divine beast. If I'm not mistaken, the mechanical beast chased after the Heaven's Legacy beast into the endless void turbulence and devoured the Heaven's Legacy beast. Then, the two mechanical beasts fused and formed the current autark beast. When it was exiled in the endless void turbulence, the two idiots from the Human Federation expanded the wormhole passage, which happened to be close to the void where it was located. Its aura was captured, so it locked onto its coordinates and entered the wormhole passage. After rushing out, it returned to the void of this eldritch world fragment. This autark beast's body is not damaged at all. Not only does it have the cultivation of the heavenly path realm, but its aura is solid. Clearly, its realm has been stabilized, but there is still a big problem with its consciousness that has not been resolved. The old pig spirit shook his head and smiled bitterly. Now, DE and D-Air's electronic consciousness are all in this autark beast's body. They are fighting for control of the autark beast's body and devouring each other. But all of this is not over yet. Seems to be in a stalemate and no one has the upper hand. Sometimes, DE's consciousness takes the lead, and sometimes it becomes D-Air's consciousness. Therefore, this autark beast seems to have gone mad. It is now wreaking havoc in the void of the universe not far from the Human Federation. That place is already in a mess. According to the intelligence, the two old guys from the Human Federation have secretly followed it. It is the same for the Alliance of 10,000 Races and the Star Alliance. A few desolate supremacies have been dispatched. They have restrained their auras and are following the autark beast from afar, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Moreover, as the autark beast has now stabilized its cultivation of the heavenly path realm, when it wreaks havoc in the void, it often punches out, causing a large part of the void of the universe to collapse instantly. Although it will quickly recover under the influence of the power of the void laws. But such a movement is after all too big, and it happens again and again. Such a situation has most likely attracted the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. Now, in this vast and boundless void of the eldritch world fragment, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is rapidly increasing. Old Pig has a very strong hunch that the primeval heaven's eye will take advantage of this opportunity to take action. If something goes wrong, the current situation of the heavenly path law in the outside world means that the moment when the eldritch world will fully descend is coming. In the void, the invisible power of the heavenly path law is skyrocketing. Hearing this situation, Yi Xian's eyes flashed. He subconsciously exclaimed softly, and then fell into deep thought. Old Pig was now at the peak of the desolate supremacy, at the peak of the great perfection of the 9th rank, which was half a step into the heavenly path. His judgment of the invisible skyrocketing power of the heavenly path in the outside world should not be wrong. If so, the primeval heavens I might really want to take advantage of this opportunity to push the eldritch world to fully descend. In other words, the real eldritch world could descend at any time. It looks like we have to speed up the progress. At this point, Yi Xian's eyes flashed coldly. He turned to look at Old Pig, Primordial Porcupine, and the black-robed desolate supremacy. He exhorted, "This matter is of great importance. I have to go out and take a look. I have to grasp the situation immediately and respond in time. As for the 3 of you, stay behind in the Magic Hall. Immediately inform the 6 Magic Hall legions and all the subordinates of the Magic Hall to immediately store all the resources in the star, or transfer them to the battleships or battleships. Once I give the order, the magic hall, will be fully relocated. Chapter 5004. Swish! With a sharp sound of breaking through the air, Yi Xian waved his hand and a ray of light shot out. In the blink of an eye, it entered the cave star and disappeared. He was the one who woke up the 7 gorgeous cultivators and asked them to store all the resources in Yi Xian's cave star into the Black Magic Hall. Black the Lustful Demon Hall was personally refined by Yi Xian, and it was similarly a primordial treasure that contained space within it. Currently, he'd temporarily handed over the control of this black palace to the corpse ancestor, Hanba, of the 7 great gorgeous cultivators. Moreover, there was a special imprint in that ray of light. Once this imprint was activated, the Black Palace would soar into the air and fly towards the star vortex passage that Yi Xian had concealed with a formation that led to the primordial void. The specific coordinates of the star vortex passage into the primordial void have been given to Hanba. After doing all this, Yi Xian turned to look at Old Pig and the other 2 and reminded them again. Once there is a change in the Emperor Beast, I will immediately send a message back. At that time, the Black Magic Hall will rise into the air. You will lead all the subordinates of the 6 legions of the Magic Hall to follow closely behind and quickly enter through the Star Vortex Passage. After entering, you can't walk out. The Star Vortex Passage will automatically hide. Once someone walks out, this passage will be exposed. In addition, after entering the primordial void, don't be too ostentatious. Old Pig, take them to the star field where the source nest space is located and hide in a secluded place. After I return, I will deal with the rest. After saying that, Yi Xian did not stay any longer. With a shake of his shoulders, his entire body instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed out of the forbidden land of rising sun, heading towards the Human Race Federation. Boom! Rumble. In a cosmic void more than 200 billion miles away from the Human Race Federation, an earth-shattering boom resounded. It shook the void so much that it seemed to tremble slightly. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. It was frightening, and it could be said that the wind was howling and the crane was howling. There were many planets with life in this star field. So many small and medium-sized forces chose to live here. Among these small and medium-sized forces, there were some small tribes of survivors, some groups of ferocious beasts, and some groups and forces from the 3 main planes of the universe. Some of the smaller races and forces only occupied 3 to 5 life stars, while some of the bigger races and forces had more than 1,000 life stars. Compared to the Star Alliance, the Alliance of 10,000 Races, the Human Federation, and the Demon Palace, the forces of these planets were on a completely different level. In fact, there was no comparison at all. In reality, the scale of their influence was not small. But now, in this star field that was hundreds of billions of miles wide, regardless of whether it was the small forces or the middle-sized forces that sat on more than 1,000 life stars, all of them were trembling without exception. Looking around, in the life stars in the void, there were all kinds of battleships, fortresses, battleships of survivors, and ferocious beasts rushing out of the atmosphere of the stars. Wand-like monkeys scattering when the tree falls, they spread out in all directions of the void with a sense of desperation. The reason for this was that the Emperor Beast, who had just returned from the endless turbulent void, had left the area where the Human Federation was located not long ago and had madly destroyed everything along the way. Now, it happened to be at the edge of this star field. Roar! Dear, don't be so stubborn. You can't swallow me. You and I are of the same race. Why do you have to struggle so hard for the Human Federation? In the left area of the star field's edge, an earth-shattering roar came, followed closely by Di Yi's incomparably violent voice of divine consciousness. There was an invisible sense of oppression that made one's heart tremble. This was the oppression of the heavenly way. Bang! Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. As the voice of this divine consciousness sounded, among the experts who were fleeing in all directions in the void, some of the weaker ones immediately exploded, and their bodies and souls were destroyed. Both there were experts from the human tribe as well as experts from other races from the 3 main planes of the starry sky, as well as survivors of the remote antiquity and ferocious beasts of the starry sky. Even some of the nearby battleships, fortresses, and even the starry sky fortresses and battleships of the remnants could not withstand the terrifying pressure of the way of heaven emitted by Di's roar. They exploded in the void and turned into fireballs of different sizes. As far as the eye could see, the entire expanse of space that covered an area of a few 100 billion kilometers had fallen into complete chaos. Blood and flames drifted through space and could be seen everywhere. This scene was simply like the true end of the world had arrived, and everyone was filled with terror. Roar! Boom! Clatter! The next moment, the Emperor Beast raised its head again and let out another earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars supporting the sky, one of them blasted toward the void in front of it on the right side. There happened to be more than a dozen life stars in this area. At this moment, the Emperor Beast punched from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void and turned them into powder in an instant. No. Even so, even the void of the universe, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide around these life stars, fell into a complete collapse because of this. There was a strange sound like the roar of huge waves. A deep void like a black hole appeared in that area in an instant. An endless void turbulence spread out and burst in all directions. Although this kind of fake black hole formed by the sudden bombardment of external forces would quickly repair itself under the influence of the power of the void law, this scene was too shocking. In the nearby void, countless experts who were fleeing for their lives were scared out of their wits. At this moment, the 2 old guys from the Human Federation were hiding in the void far away. They had concealed their auras and were hiding in the void of the universe tens of billions of kilometers away, observing everything closely and anxiously. The 3 desolate venerables from the Star Alliance and the blood-devouring lion, as well as the 4 old guys from the Alliance of 10,000 races, were also doing the same. In addition, the scout fleets of some small and medium-sized forces from other star areas were also watching everything from a distance in the void of the universe at least hundreds of billions of miles away. Without exception, all of them opened their mouths wide, and their eyes emitted extremely intense fear. Even their bodies were trembling violently uncontrollably. They had followed the Emperor Beast from the star area occupied by the Human Federation to here, and they had seen too much of this scene happening in front of them. Even more so, as for the pattern that they had figured out. Generally speaking, when the Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse, the consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body was almost always DE. If Di'er had seized control of the body, he would never have done this. All of this seemed to be without rhyme or reason, but DE must have a purpose for doing so. No matter what it was, it made people's hearts turn cold. These scouts had a very strong intuition that this unexpected turn of events was really going to pierce through the sky. Chapter 5005. Roar! Boom! Walala! As the Emperor Beast raised its head again, it let out an earth-shattering roar. Among its 4 terrifying arms that were like pillars that supported the sky, one of them blasted towards the void on the right in front of it. In an instant, a few more planets with life, along with the countless lives on the planets, were completely reduced to dust by the force of this punch. They were completely annihilated. Even more so, even the cosmic void around the planets, which was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse as a result. There was a strange sound that sounded like the roar of huge waves. A deep void that was like a black hole appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. In the short 2 days since the Emperor Beast's return, such a scene had happened many times. Dang! The Emperor Beast roared at the sky and punched in all directions, directly causing the void to collapse. The consciousness that controlled the Emperor Beast's body could be determined to be DE. If Di'er had seized control of the body, he would definitely not have done so. Such a situation was indeed strange, but if one thought about it carefully, it was not difficult to understand the reason behind it. DE and Di'er seemed to be in a state of fair competition. The 2 of them had the same body, and it was like a possession. In this shared body, they exercised control of the body and at the same time, waited for an opportunity to devour each other's electronic consciousness. But in fact, this so-called fairness might have existed in the endless void turbulence previously. However, with the Emperor Beast's unexpected return to this primordial world fragment void, the so-called fairness disappeared in an instant. This primordial world fragment void was the main fragment of the primordial world that had been shattered in an unprecedented battle. Here, the primeval heaven's eye was the embodiment of the will of the heavenly Tao and controlled the complete power of the heavenly Tao. Previously, De and De had tried to fuse all their people with the mechanical beasts to break through to the true heavenly Tao realm. However, the result was completely different. De the second failed and was suppressed by the heavenly Tao. In fact, at the most critical moment, an avatar of the primeval heavens I had descended, and he had been severely injured. However, De was different. The heavenly Tao went easy on him, allowing the heaven's legacy beast he fused with to successfully step into the true heavenly Tao realm. He became the only heavenly Tao realm expert in the primordial world fragments void apart from the primeval heaven's eye that was the embodiment of the heavenly Tao's will. Only based on this point, it could already explain the relationship between De and the eye of the heavenly way. Among them, there should be a factor of Xingbo. But the specific reason was not important at all. What was important was that this was the home ground of the green eye of the heavens, and De and the green eye of the heavens were in cahoots. Therefore, the return of the Emperor Beast was equivalent to De returning to his home ground. As such, there was naturally no such thing as fairness, however. The green eye of the way of the heavens of the untainted land seemed to be busy with other arrangements recently. For example, the green eye of the way of the heavens 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 seemed to be busy with other arrangements. Now that the Emperor Beast had returned to the primordial world fragments void, the primeval heavens I did not immediately descend or make any kind of reaction. Based on this point alone, it was enough to show that it was still busy with other things. It was even possible that it did not pay attention to the situation in this fragments void for the time being. Therefore, every time De obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to use all his strength. He punched again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. His purpose was to stir up as much commotion as possible in this fragment's void to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. While once he succeeded and attracted the attention of the primeval heaven's eye, even if it was only a doppelganger of the heavenly way's eye that descended, it would be enough for De. De, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant. He would be suppressed invisibly and unwillingly, completely devoured by De. After thinking about it for a while, he did not want to guess all of this. Moreover, with Yi Xian's understanding of De, he completely understood everything in a short time. Now, at this moment, Yi Xian was also in this void. However, he had also concealed his figure and restrained all of his aura. He stood in the void tens of billions of miles away and watched from a distance. Previously, after leaving the forbidden area where the demon palace was located, Yi Xian had immediately rushed over. With his current cultivation and strength, he had rushed over from the forbidden area of the rising sun. Although the journey was long, he had already arrived in a short period of time. In fact, the two old monsters from the Human Federation, the blood-devouring lion and the other two from the Star Alliance, and the 4 desolate Zun-old monsters from the Alliance of 10,000 races did not escape Yi Xian's perception. Although they had concealed themselves, the current Yi Xian could definitely be said to be the strongest existence under the heavenly Tao realm. His spiritual sense quietly extended and confirmed their location. He didn't even alarm these old fellows. As for Yi Xian himself, he was using the perfect oscillation psyche force mystic technique to conceal his figure and aura. Even De and De, who were busy fighting for control of the autarch beast's body and devouring the other party's electronic consciousness, could not sense Yi Xian's existence, let alone the few desolate Zun-old monsters. At this moment, looking at the chaos in the void in front of him and sensing the aura of the few desolate Zun-old monsters, Yi Xian fell into a gloomy hesitation for a moment. In front of him was an excellent opportunity. He could take the opportunity to kill a few more desolate Zun realm astral beasts and collect a few more drops of desolate Zun blood essence. He could also secretly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast. When it was unprepared, he could devour De and De and seize control of the autarch beast's body. It was as though he had picked up a heavenly Tao realm avatar out of thin air. However, it was also possible to have both. For example, first, he could launch a sneak attack and kill the few desolate Zunold monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. He could collect the blood mist from the explosion of their bodies to refine the desolate Zune blood essence, and then plot to obtain the autarch beast's body, or he could first quietly send the electronic consciousness avatar formed by fusing all of the 4 heavenly kings' electronic consciousness into the autarch beast's body. When it was unprepared, he could devour DE and D-Air and seize control of the autarch beast's body. Then, he could attack the few desolate Zunold monsters from the Star Alliance and the Myriad Races Alliance. These 2 choices each had their own pros and cons, and they were both related to each other. There were both benefits and disadvantages, and it was extremely likely that other accidents would occur. Even Yi Xian didn't know what to do for a moment. He frowned and fell into deep thought. After a few breaths, a cold light flashed in his eyes as he finally made the final decision. He turned and looked ahead. Chapter 5006. The so-called electronic life form, whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually just a string of mutated data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness. Like the souls of flesh and blood, it was also a very mysterious existence. Ordinary members of the machinery race and the Tianji race were still too weak, so the string of mutated data that represented their existence could not be differentiated. Therefore, it was unique. But as it grew stronger, this string of data that possessed intelligence and self-awareness had the ability to differentiate. Just like when a soul was split, no matter how many there were, it was still itself. The reason why DE could split into billions of clones was because the string of mutated data that represented his existence was already extremely powerful. Yi Xian's electronic avatar originally only had a strand of electronic data. However, after devouring large amounts of electronic data from the Tianji race and official members of the machinery race, it was like devouring large amounts of souls, strengthening his own soul. Therefore, he also had the ability to split into billions of clones. Now, his electronic avatar had split into 4 and was residing in the bodies of Heavenly King Ti-Hun, Heavenly King Blood Mosquito, Heavenly King Su-Kong, and Heavenly King Time. But, in fact, if necessary, the 4 heavenly kings could disintegrate at any time and transform into tens of millions of mechanical battle beasts. When that time came, every strand of electronic consciousness that resided in these mechanical battle beasts would actually be Yi Xian. However, the more they split, the weaker the electronic avatar's strength would be. But now, he needed to inject the electronic avatar, which was also the string of mutated data that represented his electronic life form, into the archbeast's body and lay dormant, waiting for an opportunity to finally devour DE and D-Air's electronic consciousness. From there, he would seize control of the archbeast's body and obtain a mechanical battle beast that had truly entered the heavenly Tao realm. Under such circumstances, it was naturally better for his electronic avatar to be as condensed as possible. But, at this time, in the undying world within Yi Xian's body, the 4 heavenly kings were lined up in a row in the void, motionless. Whoosh! Whoosh whoosh whoosh. With a thought, a beam of light shot out from the glabellas of the 4 heavenly kings. These 4 beams of light were the electronic consciousnesses that had entered the 4 heavenly kings' bodies. Blinking, in the blink of an eye, the 4 beams of light merged into one in the void, transforming into a gray dot of light that was only the size of a thumb. It looked extremely obscure and unremarkable. Buzz! In the next instant, the undying world buzzed, and a formless spiritual energy shot out, enveloping the gray dot of light in an instant. Yes, with the support of the spiritual energy, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness immediately activated the perfect oscillation spiritual energy secret technique. In the blink of an eye, the originally inconspicuous gray dot disappeared. Even its aura could no longer be sensed. Now, Yi Xian was the strongest expert beneath the heavenly Tao realm. Even a true heavenly Tao realm expert might not be able to sense him when he fully activated his psyche power mystic technique. That alone was enough to ensure that the electronic consciousness, which had concealed its traces and aura, could enter the Emperor Beast's body without a sound. Shio! After everything was done, the electronic consciousness immediately rushed out of Yi Xian's body. It didn't emit any aura at all as it shot through the void toward the space where the Emperor Beast was standing billions of kilometers away. Although, the primeval heavens, I wasn't paying attention to this place yet, but Di had been working hard all this while. Under such circumstances, it was hard to say when the heavenly Tao's I would suddenly descend. Therefore, Yi Xian didn't have much time left. He had to act as soon as possible, according to Yi Xian's calculations, as long as his electronic clone could successfully enter the Emperor Beast's body and lay dormant there, waiting for an opportunity to take action. Then, it wouldn't be a big problem to eventually devour DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses and seize control of the Emperor Beast's body. The chances of success were at least 80%. Bihi's electronic consciousness had already devoured the electronic consciousnesses of tens of millions of official members of the machine race and the Tianji race, refining them and merging them into his own body. Although DE and D-Air were strong, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness wasn't weak either. Previously, he could already split into 4 and enter the bodies of the 4 heavenly kings. Together with the bodies, he had reached the peak of the 9th stage of the Desolate Supremacy, which was half-step into the heavenly Tao realm. Now that the 4 separated electronic consciousnesses had reunited and merged into one, they were naturally more powerful. DE and D-Air had been engaged in a game, devouring and competing with each other for a long time. It was as if the divine souls of 2 living beings with flesh and blood were trying to take over the same body. It should be known that since they were still in the process of possession, devouring each other and fighting for control of the body, it meant that their souls hadn't been refined into the body and weren't perfectly compatible. As such, these 2 souls that were in the process of possession and devouring each other couldn't be nourished and replenished by the body for their souls. This situation was the same at the level of the electronic consciousnesses. Also, that was to say, ever since D and D-Air started fighting and devouring each other, their electronic consciousnesses had been in a state of rapid depletion and hadn't been nourished at all. In comparison, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger was completely waiting for an exhausted enemy. If he suddenly attacked, it would be strange if he couldn't devour one of them. Regardless of whether it was DE or D-Air, as long as he devoured one of them, there was no need to say much about the other one. Although it was impossible for him to suddenly attack when he wasn't prepared, he had already devoured one and become stronger. If he devoured another one, it would naturally be easier. Once all of this was completed, Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger would immediately refine the Emperor Beast's body and make it perfectly compatible with his own body. Then, he would carry out the electronic imprint. In this way, this powerful mechanical beast's body would no longer have to worry about being taken away by others. Division Not Yi Xian's electronic doppelganger had fallen, and the electronic consciousness imprint left in this mechanical beast's body had completely dissipated. Swoosh! After the electronic doppelganger left his body and silently charged toward the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of miles away, Yi Xian's original body immediately moved and shot toward the void to the left. Currently, he was still in the state of activating the Devil Ape bloodline and entering the 9th transformation of the Devil Ape 9 transformations. However, his body was only about 10 feet tall. Due to fully activating the perfect oscillation spiritual power secret technique, not only was his violent ape form invisible, even his aura was perfectly concealed. Even a true heavenly Tao realm expert would have a hard time discovering him. To the left was the void where the 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races were hibernating. Yi Xian wanted the desolate supreme's blood essence, so his targets were naturally powerful beasts that had entered the primordial supreme realm. Currently, there were a total of 6 such existences in this void. In addition to these 4 desolate supremes from the alliance of 10,000 races, there were 2 from the Star Alliance. As for the blood-devouring lion and the 2 old fellows from the human race, Yi Xian wasn't interested in them at all. He still didn't plan on dealing with them this time. He found it troublesome to just kill them. Chapter 5007. Whoosh! As the electron doppelganger left his body and charged toward the Emperor Beast in the distant void, Yi Xian's original body also instantly moved and quietly shot toward the void to the left. This time, there were 6 targets that he had locked onto. Points. They were the Desolate Supremes from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans, as well as the 2 old fellows from the Star Alliance. until the two desolate supremes from the Human Clan Federation and the blood-devouring war lion were ignored by Yi Xian. They were worthless and too lazy to attack. These 6 targets were divided into 2 groups and located in different void locations. Moreover, they were quite far from each other, at least hundreds of billions of miles away. With Yi Xian's previous battle record and his current fierce reputation, once he appeared and killed one of the Desolate Supremes, the other Desolate Supremes would most likely flee for their lives in an instant. After all, these 6 fellows were only Desolate Supremes in the middle or late stage. The strongest among them was only at level 7 of this realm. Compared to Yi Xian's peak level 9 cultivation base, the difference was too great. Since they couldn't win, there was naturally no need to stay and wait for death or seek trouble. Whoosh! Whoosh! As his body shot out, 2 more figures rushed out of Yi Xian's body. They were the skeleton doppelganger and the black fog doppelganger. Clang! However, the 2 Blood Sea doppelganger had already fully activated the perfect oscillation psychic power secret technique. Their bodies and auras were concealed. At this time, they rushed out of Yi Xian's body without leaving any trace. After the black fog doppelganger rushed out of Yi Xian's body, its figure flashed and rushed forward. Its target was the 4 Desolate Supremes from the Alliance of 10,000 Races. After quietly approaching them, it would wait for the opportunity to take action and release the 9-colored flame sea to trap the 4 old fellows from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Slime clans. While Yi Xian's true form and his skeletal doppelganger turned around and dashed to the left, where the 3 old monsters of the Star Alliance were hiding. Currently, although the violent ape and the skeleton avatar were only around 3 meters tall, their cultivation realms were not weak. They had already stepped into the great circle of the 9th step of the Desolate Elder after 2 or 3 breakthroughs. Not long ago they had broken through again, and were even more powerful. The distance of tens of billions of kilometers was left behind in a short moment. At this time, the violent ape and the skeleton clone were less than 10,000 kilometers away from the 3 old monsters in front. The 3 old men had concealed their figures, so they couldn't be seen. But with Yi Xian's cultivation and strength, he could vaguely catch a glimpse of their auras. The blood-devouring war lion was on the leftmost abandoned planet. While as for the other 2 old monsters, Huang Zun from the Blood Flood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, one was in the void, and the other was in a life star on the right. The 3 old fellows were not far from each other, only about 10 million miles apart. Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar stopped in the void and locked onto their targets. Yi Xian was staring at the 4th step Desolate Elder from the Blood Flood Dragon clan in the void, while the skeleton avatar's target was the 3rd step Desolate Elder from the Green Rock clan in the life star on the right. At the same time, the Black Fog avatar had also arrived at the hiding place of the 4 Desolate Elders from the Myriad Races Alliance. It also stopped in the void 10 million miles away. Although he quietly approached his target, Yi Xian did not immediately make a move. Instead, he lay dormant and waited for an opportunity to move. At the same time, he turned to look at the Emperor Beast that was tens of billions of kilometers away. Roar! Boom! Walala! At this moment, the Emperor Beast in the distance raised its head again and let out an earth-shattering roar. 2 of its 4 terrifying arms, which were like pillars that could hold up the sky, slammed into the void in front of it at the same time. In front of it, more than 10 life stars were scattered in the void. They were separated by different distances. At this moment, when the Emperor Beast punched them from hundreds of millions of miles away in the void, they turned into dust in an instant. The power of this blow was too fierce. Obviously, DE was also a little impatient. This more than 10 life stars, as well as the universe void around the stars that was hundreds of millions of miles wide, fell into a complete collapse under the violent power of this punch. There was a strange sound like the roar of a huge wave. As expected, a deep void that seemed like a black hole instantly appeared in that area, and boundless spatial turbulence spread out and shot towards the surroundings. This time, the bombardment of the Emperor Beast was even more violent than before. Countless creatures in the void trembled in fear. Even Yi Xian's eyelids twitched slightly, while, in front of him, the 2 Desolate Elders, who had long been locked on by him and the skeleton avatar, were clearly focused on the place where the Emperor Beast was wreaking havoc in the distance at this moment. This was the best time to make a move now. Shio! Shio! Boom! Rumble! With this thought flashing in his mind, Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar's eyes flashed. Without hesitation, they rushed out in an instant. The distance of thousands of miles was just a 10,000th of a second, and they were left behind in an instant. When they were behind the target, the power in their bodies was pushed to the extreme, and a punch was thrown out. Although the two of them were only about 10 feet tall, the power in their bodies was not reduced because of this. Such a small figure was even more inconspicuous. At this moment, with the effect of the attack, it was simply impossible to guard against. The two desolate elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan did not expect that there was a murderous god behind them. At this moment, their attention was all focused on the front. When they realized that the situation was not right and wanted to turn back to fight, it was obviously too late. Bang! Bang! Everything happened too fast. At this moment, the violent ape and the skeleton avatar punched out at the same time, and all of them hit the huge bodies of their respective targets. Without any suspense, as soon as the punch was thrown, an earth-shattering sound was heard. The two desolate elders from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan didn't even have time to react. They only turned their heads slightly, and didn't even have the chance to let out a heaven-shaking roar. A majestic force had already rushed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the two desolate elders' bodies, which were tens of thousands of miles long, instantly exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out. It enveloped an area of the void. At this point, there was no need for Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar to continue hiding their bodies. The moment they attacked, they were already exposed, so they might as well openly reveal their bodies. Tight then, with the sound of a gust of wind whistling, the violent ape waved its hand. Invisibly, an incomparably majestic and invisible force whistled out, sweeping up the majestic blood mist formed by the explosion of the two desolate Zune old monsters into his body, sending it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the cauldron space, starting the blood essence refinement. Straight at this time, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously turned around. When it saw Yi Xian and the skeleton avatar, it instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. Chapter 5008. In less than half a breath, Yi Xian killed two in one blow, and he had two more desolate venerable blood essences in his hand. First before, he already had 15 desolate venerable blood essences in his hand, and now with two more, the number of desolate venerable blood essences in his hand had reached 17. At this time, just as he and the skeleton avatar appeared, the blood-devouring war lion that was hibernating in the abandoned star on the left subconsciously looked over. Suddenly seeing Yi Xian and the skeleton clone, the blood-devouring war lion instantly opened its mouth wide and was completely stunned. Then its expression changed drastically. Without even thinking about it, as if it was a conditioned reflex, it shrunk its neck and immediately turned around to flee. Walala! Roar! Roar! Screech! At the same time, a few tens of billions of kilometers away in another direction, a few heaven-shaking roars and vicious howls suddenly sounded out, and they were accompanied by heaven-shaking sounds that sounded like surging waves. While Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar were fighting, a cold light flashed in the black fog avatar's eyes. He suddenly waved his right hand. As he attacked, a 9-colored light that looked like a firefly shot out at an astonishing speed. The distance of tens of thousands of kilometers was negligible, and it directly arrived at the center of the 4 desolate Zune old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. Bang! Moreover, as this ghostly light blasted out, it also expanded in the wind. In less than half a breath, it formed a majestic and endless 9-colored flame sea that spread out in the void. The entire flame sea was extremely agile. Under the rolling waves, the desolate venerable old monsters of the space mouse, hell ant, giant ferocious and evil spirit slime were caught off guard and did not have time to react. Screech! After successfully shrouding the 4 desolate venerable old monsters, the black mist avatar also raised its head and let out a terrifying howl. Its figure flickered, and it instantly rushed into this majestic nine-colored flame sea. This moment took a long time to describe, but in fact, it happened in an instant. From the moment Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar attacked at the same time, to the moment when the black mist avatar waved its hand and cast a ghostly light, it turned into a majestic flame sea that trapped the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance and rushed into the flame sea at the first moment. From beginning to end, the whole process only took less than 2 breaths. Even in the void tens of billions of miles away, the autarch beast that had raised its head while the raging ape and the skeleton clone were fighting had yet to let out an earth-shattering roar. At this moment, the 2 desolate venerable old monsters that were hibernating in the other direction also subconsciously turned to look. Dang, when the raging ape, the skeleton doppelganger, and the familiar 9-colored flame sea in front of them entered their sight, the 2 old fellows trembled violently, and their expressions changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they immediately turned around and fled to the right. No, needless to say, these 3 old fellows were existences that had experienced the battle in the heavenly mystery star region. Practically everything about Yi Xian had already formed a direct reflection. Same. If it were the 2 blood dragons and the desolate venerable of the Green Rock clan who were killed just now, or the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance who were trapped in the 9-colored flame sea, no matter how fast their reaction was, it was impossible to be so fast. Unfortunately, whether it was the blood-devouring war lion or the 2 desolate venerable old monsters, although they were extremely vigilant and their reaction was godly, such a move was obviously a bit wishful thinking, because, after killing the 2 desolate venerable old monsters from the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Bao Yuan and the skeleton avatar did not hesitate at all. With a shake of their shoulders, they turned into a ray of light and blasted away, rushing to the vast blood sea tens of billions of miles away on the right. The blood-devouring war lion and the 2 desolate venerable old monsters did not dare to look back until they had fled tens of billions of miles away in horror. When they felt that there was no movement behind them, they finally mustered up the courage to look back. With just one glance, they were stunned on the spot. The escaping figure of Zhang Ji came to an abrupt halt in the void, and then a look of confusion appeared on his face. What? Why didn't they chase after us? Of course, in the previous battle in the Tianji Starfield, such a situation had already occurred. The other desolate venerables who participated in the encirclement of the Tianji beast and survived in the end, without exception, were all killed by the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian 6. Yi Xian didn't seem to have the slightest interest in the 3 of them. He couldn't be bothered to pay attention to them, and after killing the other desolate elders, he patted his butt and left. He didn't even look at them. At that time, they did not think too much about it. They were still secretly rejoicing, thinking that they had hit the jackpot. Otherwise, they would not have had the chance to survive at all and would have died in the Tianji star field. Now, in this star field not too far away from the Human Race Federation, they actually encountered the same situation again. Demon, after killing the 2 desolate venerable old monsters of the Blood Dragon clan and the Green Rock clan, Yi Xian directly rushed towards the 4 desolate venerable old monsters from the alliance of 10,000 races. The 3 of them were obviously closer to the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, but they were ignored again. This is simply... Why do I suddenly feel like I am being humiliated? Standing in the void, the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation were stunned for a moment. Then they murmured softly and exchanged glances. Next, in an instant, as if they had a tacit understanding, the 2 of them simultaneously looked in the direction where the blood-devouring war lion had escaped. Coincidentally, the latter was also looking at them with a dull expression. The 2 old monsters' eyes met in the void, and at the same time they were stunned. Then both of their eyes turned red. At this moment, they did not feel good, and a similar feeling surged in their hearts. It could be said that they were both ashamed and angry. Roar! Screech! At the same time, tens of billions of miles away on the right side of the front, the demon ape and the skeleton avatar, who had unfolded their figures, also raised their heads and let out an earth-shattering roar. In a flash, they instantly rushed into the vast sea of flames that trapped the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, the Evil Spirit Slime, and disappeared. The entire 9-colored sea of flames was extremely vast. It was a huge sphere with a diameter of billions of miles. Of course, the inside of the sphere was hollow, and the desolate venerable old monsters from the Space Rat clan, the Hell Ant clan, the Giant Ferocious clan, and the evil spirit slime were now trapped in the sea of flames. Roar! Roar, roar, roar. The moment the demon ape and the skeleton avatar rushed into the sea of flames, deafening roars immediately rushed towards them. These four old monsters from the alliance of 10,000 races had never dealt with Yi Xian before. Although they had heard some information from the powerful figures of the alliance of 10,000 races after waking up, they did not know that Yi Xian actually controlled such a majestic nine-colored strange flame. Such as, now that they suddenly saw this strange flame that even the real heavenly Tao realm existences were afraid of, they were caught off guard and fell into a complete panic. Chapter 5009. Inside the gigantic fireball formed by the nine-colored sea of flames. Roar! 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 At the instant the raging ape and the skeleton avatar charged into the sea of flames, a deafening roar immediately inundated them. The desolate supremacies from the four races, Spatial Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime, were scurrying around like ants on a hot pan. Their faces were all filled with horror and panic. The four old fogies originally had massive bodies that spanned tens of millions of kilometers, but now that they were trapped in the nine-colored fireball, they had shrunk their bodies to about 1,000 feet for the sake of agility. Until in terms of cultivation strength, the four old fogies were not very strong. 2 were early-stage desolate supremacies and 2 were mid-stage desolate supremacies. There was not even a late-stage desolate supremacy that had reached the 7th stage. And at that moment, the 3 blood sea avatars that were standing in 3 different directions inside the fireball's walls were coldly sizing them up. They were all half-step heavenly Tao realm existences at the perfected 9th stage of the desolate supremacy realm. Although their bodies were not big, only around 3 feet tall, the aura of cultivation that spread out from their bodies was extremely terrifying. It spread out from 3 different directions and enveloped the entire space inside the fireball. The formless and powerful pressure that condensed into an invisible force caused the 4 desolate elders to tremble slightly. That was right. Even before they slumbered, they had never truly come into contact with the Shinong 9-colored flames. However, not coming into contact with it did not mean that they had never heard of it. Back in the distant primordial era, the Shinong 9-colored flames had appeared. It was known as the most domineering top-grade heavenly flame in the world. Even true heavenly Tao realm experts would be somewhat afraid of such a top-grade heavenly flame. If they had any other choice, they would not come into contact with it. Such a top-grade heavenly flame was too powerful. Just coming into contact with it would make one feel like a maggot attached to one's bones. Unless one was fast enough to instantly sever one's limbs that came into contact with it, one's body would be incinerated in a short period of time, turning to ash and annihilation. While at this time, the 4 of them were trapped in this huge Shinong 9-colored flame. It wasn't that they didn't think of putting up a desperate struggle, but thinking about it was one thing, daring to do it was another. For example, if they had the guts to do it. Given the situation they were facing today, if they wanted to escape, they could only grit their teeth and charge directly into the flame wall of this giant fireball and forcefully smash their way out. However, if that was the case, the result would not be a single part of his body being contaminated by the Shinong 9-colored flame. Instead, his entire body would be enveloped by this top-grade heavenly flame. At that time, he would definitely die, and he would not even have much time to struggle. This was definitely not a viable option. Apart from this, the other way to resolve the crisis before them was to completely annihilate the 3 blood sea avatars of the Demon Hall Master who had trapped them in this majestic sea of flames, turning it into a ball of flames. However, this was clearly impossible. The 3 blood sea avatars of the Master of the Magic Hall were all desolate supremacies, half-step heavenly Tao realm. Among the 4 of them, there wasn't even a late-stage desolate supremacy at the 7th step. This is in this situation, not to mention 3 blood sea avatars. Even if there was only one, they would not be able to shake. As these thoughts flashed through their minds, the 4 desolate supremacies from the Space Rat, Hell Ant, Giant Ferocious, and Evil Spirit Slime felt as if their brains were about to explode. A strong sense of crisis that they had never felt before had already enveloped their entire minds. Despair descended. They did not think of begging for mercy, because from the information they had obtained, the master of Magic Hall, Yi Xian, would not accept this at all. Begging for mercy from him was completely useless. Since that was the case, there was no need to make such a pointless attempt, and it would only bring shame to themselves. Roar! Roar! Screech! In the depths of despair, the four desolate supremacy's eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. They raised their heads and roared with incomparable grief and indignation. Immediately after, the two old fellows from the Space Rat and Hell Ant clans seemed to have suddenly made some kind of decision. They exchanged glances, and their eyes turned red. At the same time, the voices in their mouths were transmitted out. Since we're going to die anyway, why don't we risk our lives? Two of you, get ready and wait for an opportunity to escape. The old man and the old ant will self-destruct at the same time. The surging violent energy may be able to temporarily create a gap in this nine-colored flame sea. It had to be said that the choice of these two old fellows was indeed the wisest, and their temperaments were also very resolute. Knowing that there was not much time left, they would rather sacrifice themselves to fight for a chance of survival for their two companions, at this moment. Even Yi Xian could not help but admire them, because these two old fellows were clearly not joking. At the same time that the voice of the divine sense sounded, the cultivation aura that emanated from their bodies had already become violent. This was definitely the rhythm of self-destruction. But, unfortunately, even if it was the desolate supremacies, if they wanted to carry out a comprehensive self-destruction at the level of their physical body and divine soul, no matter how fast they would still need a certain amount of time. And now that they were so close, Yi Xian obviously would not give them this time to succeed in their scheme. Xiao xiao xiao. At this moment, the three blood sea clones, who were originally standing in different directions of the nine-colored flame ball, moved at the same time. In a tenth of an instant, they had already arrived at the side of the Space Mouse and Hell Ant clan's old monster Huang Zun, who had just gathered in front of the flame wall. No! With half a moment of hesitation, he immediately activated the power in his body, and at the same time, threw a punch at the two old fellows who were surrounded by the three of them. Bang! Bang! In the blink of an eye, the three blood sea clones punched out at the same time, and all of them landed firmly on the bodies of the two old fellows, without any suspense. An earth-shattering boom rang out. The two desolate sovereigns from the Space Mouse clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have the time to react. They only opened their mouths slightly and didn't even have the chance to let out an earth-shattering roar. Immediately after, a wave of majestic and shocking power rushed into their bodies. In less than a tenth of an instant, it had already wreaked havoc within their bodies. Their entire bodies exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that rapidly spread out, enveloping a corner of the void. Huff! At this moment, the raging ape waved its hand. Along with the howling of the wind, an incomparably majestic force whizzed out, sweeping away the boundless blood mist formed by the explosion of the two old monsters Huang Zun. It entered his body and was sent to the bottom of the volcano in the central region of the space within the cauldron. The blood essence condensation began. All of this took a long time to describe, but in fact it happened in a single breath. Before the violent power in the two old fellows' bodies could go berserk to the extreme, it was forcefully stopped and destroyed midway. Two old monster Huang Zun, who was at the early stage of the Venerable Realm, faced a half-step Heavenly Tao stage ranker, who was at the peak of the ninth step, in a situation where he had no way to escape and was fighting at close range. He didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. Chapter 50:10. Bam! Bang! The two desolate Zun old monsters from the Space Rat clan and the Hell Ant clan didn't even have time to react before their bodies exploded, turning into two scarlet mists of blood that quickly spread out and covered a corner of the void. Then, with a light wave of the violent ape's hand, it was directly absorbed into its body. Not a single trace of blood was left behind. The early stage Venerable Huang Zun didn't even have the chance to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, he was already unwilling to die, and his body and soul were destroyed. This scene was too shocking. The other two old fellows were so scared that they trembled on the spot. Their expressions changed drastically, and their bodies almost staggered in the air and fell. What about the two of you? Are you also preparing to self-destruct? If so, please hurry up and save me the trouble of making a move. At this time, the 3 Blood Sea clones had already turned around and looked at the 2 of them. The eyes of the Blood Sea clone, the violent ape, flashed with a cold light as it lightly said a few words. His voice was gentle, neither fast nor slow, and the expression on his face was extremely calm, as if he was talking about a trivial matter. Puffed, puffed. The 2 old fellows were so angry that they almost spat out blood. What was the use of self-destructing now? Who else could he save by sacrificing himself? This was the thought that flashed through their minds subconsciously. However, just as this thought flashed through their minds, they shook their heads and laughed bitterly at the same time, because even if they didn't self-destruct, what was the use? The final result was still the same. Today, no matter what, it would be difficult to escape the calamity of death. Roar! Screech! Bang, bang! Realizing this, the 2 old fellows exchanged glances. The blazing light in their eyes instantly dimmed, as if they had already accepted their fate and given up struggling. One after exchanging glances, they clearly reached a consensus. They raised their heads and let out a shocking roar and howl, filled with endless mournfulness and unwillingness. Tight following that, 2 heaven-shaking explosions rang out. In complete despair, they actually chose to self-destruct. In the blink of an eye, their huge bodies turned into 2 clouds of blood mist and spread out. That's quite straightforward. Huff. Even Yi Xian was surprised by this result. Way after being stunned, Bao Yuan shook his head and sighed. He then waved his hand at the first moment. With the sound of a gust of wind whistling, a majestic force whizzed out. The blood mist formed by the explosion of the 2 desolate Zun old monsters was instantly swept over. After absorbing it into his body, he directly sent it to the bottom of the central region volcano in the space within the cauldron. From there, he began to condense the blood essence. At this point, the 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the space rat, hell ant, giant ferocious, and evil spirit slime clans were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. While following the fall of these 4 old fellows, the amount of desolate supremacy blood essence in Yi Xian's hands once again skyrocketed. First previously there were only 17, but now there were 21. 211 pieces of desolate sovereign blood essence. It didn't sound like a big deal, but what it represented was the lives of 21 desolate sovereigns. Unknowingly, the number of supreme desolate sovereigns that had fallen at the hands of Yi Xian had actually reached such a number. If this matter were to spread, it is unknown how many starry sky powerhouses would be scared out of their wits. Walala! Swish! After calming down his excited mood, a faint light flashed in his eyes. With a thought, the black mist doppelganger and the skeleton doppelganger instantly turned into a rain of blood and collapsed. In an instant, they condensed into a dot and blasted over. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared into the space between his eyebrows. Together, at the same time, the 9-colored flame ball that enveloped the void for nearly 10 billion miles also dispersed in an instant. After turning into a vast sea of blood, it also condensed into a point and rushed into the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. At this point, only Yi Xian in the form of a violent ape was left in the void. The 4 desolate Zun old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed in less than 10 breaths of time. Even the majestic blood mist formed after the explosion of their bodies was taken away. Their bodies and souls were destroyed, and not a single hair was left behind. In the distant void, in 2 different directions, tens of billions of miles away, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Race Federation saw this scene. Their eyes suddenly froze, and their bodies trembled slightly. At this moment, endless fear shrouded their minds, because in the blink of an eye, the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, had killed another 6 supreme ancients. But the supreme ancients were like vegetables in his hands. With just a casual move, he could easily kill several supreme ancients. The cruelty of his means was simply outrageous. With this kind of endless fear shrouding their minds, the hearts of the 3 old fellows instantly rose to their throats. The power in their bodies was quietly fully activated, and they were vigilant. As long as there was the slightest bit of danger, they would immediately turn around and flee. Previously, the violent ape and the skeleton clone did not attack them, but that was because in another direction tens of billions of miles away, there were still 4 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance waiting for them to kill. Black the Fog clone had only transformed the 9-colored sea of flames into a huge fireball, trapping the 4 desolate Zune-old monsters. Even though the Black Fog clone was also a peak desolate Zune at the great perfection of the 9th stage, which was equivalent to a half-step heavenly Tao, it was clearly unable to quickly kill the trapped 4 desolate Zune-old monsters with its strength alone. In order to avoid dragging it out for too long, the violent ape and the skeleton clone had rushed over immediately and quickly finished off the 4 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance. This was understandable and also the most correct choice. But now the situation was different. In less than 10 seconds, the 4 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Myriad Races Alliance were all killed. As for the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, he had nothing to do. In the entire void, other than the ants from the small factions and the extremely powerful autarch beast, there were only the 3 of them left. Those ants from the small factions naturally could not attract the interest of the master of the magic hall, Yi Xian. As for the autarch beast, it was now a heavenly Tao realm existence, much stronger than the heaven's secret beast. Its aura had already condensed, and its realm was stable. He was no match for it. Thus, the most suitable targets were naturally the 3 of them. After all, they had nothing to do. Thinking at this point, the hearts of the 3 old fellows were beating wildly. With a flash in their eyes, they immediately looked into the distance. Meaning what was outside was that the violent ape did not seem to be interested in them at all. It did not even look in their direction. With a wave of its hand, it put away the 9-colored sea of flames that had formed the fireball. With a flash of its eyes, it immediately charged towards the autarch beast in the distance. When this scene entered their eyes, the 3 old fellows were immediately shocked. Their expressions changed drastically as they gasped. At the same time, they subconsciously cried out in alarm. Heavens! What else does this guy want to do? He actually charged towards the autarch beast. Does he not want to live anymore? He actually wants to kill this powerful autarch beast that is already firmly in the heavenly Tao realm. Chapter 50:11. Roar! Boom! Crash! In the distance, as the violent ape, which was only about 3 meters tall, shot toward the emperor beast, the enormous emperor beast raised its head again and let out a shocking roar. Then, 2 of the 4 terrifying arms on its body, which were like giant pillars supporting the sky, suddenly lifted up and blasted toward the void on its left side. There just happened to be some stars with life in this area. However, there were probably no living beings within these stars. They'd either fled and charged desperately towards the distance in space, or they'd been directly blasted apart by the violent and furious roars of the imperial beast that emanated the boundless pressure of the heaven Tao. At this moment, as the autarch beast punched out with its full strength, a few more planets in front of it were completely reduced to dust and ashes, reduced to cosmic dust. Very obviously, it was DE who was now in control of the Emperor Beast's body. While moreover, compared to before, the current DE was clearly becoming more and more impatient. Even when he raised his head and roared furiously, there was an obvious sense of panic and anxiety. As the Emperor Beast returned to the void fragment of the untainted land, for DE, it was actually equivalent to returning to his own home ground. Because he and the primeval heaven's eye were on the same side. Just as because of this, every time DE obtained control of the Emperor Beast's body, he would not hesitate to activate all his strength. He waved his fist again and again, aimlessly bombarding the void around him. Dee's purpose was to stir up as much movement as possible in this fragment of the void to attract the attention of the primeval heaven's eye. Only if this purpose was achieved, even if he succeeded, once the attention of the primeval heaven's eye was attracted, even if it was only a doppelganger of the way of heaven's eye, it was enough for DE. D-Air, who was fighting with him for control of the Emperor Beast's body, would be defeated in an instant, suppressed invisibly, and completely swallowed up unwillingly. However, it had been 2 days since they returned. The Emperor Beast's enormous body was controlled by him and D-Air from time to time. It flew all the way from the star area where the Human Federation was located. Along the way, DE had destroyed countless stars. It was quite a big commotion. But even so, the ruler of this primordial world fragment void, the heavenly Tao Green Eye, did not appear. It seemed to be tied up by something extremely important. Either it could not cast its gaze here, or it had already sensed the changes that had happened here, but it did not have the time to care. No matter which one it was definitely not a good thing for DE. That was why he was getting more and more uneasy. Here at this moment, as he threw another 2 punches, the strength of the Emperor Beast was clearly even more violent than before. After the 2 punches were unleashed, not only did the planet instantly explode into dust, even the space around the planet that spanned hundreds of millions of kilometers had completely collapsed as a result. Loud rumbling sounds that sounded like the roaring of massive waves rang out. A deep void that resembled a black hole instantly appeared in the entire area. Endless void turbulence spread out and burst out in all directions. But all of this was still useless. The heavenly Tao Green Eye that controlled this primordial world fragment void was still nowhere to be seen. There was no sign that it was about to appear. DE was anxious. This made him unable to see any hope because if the primeval heaven's eye did not appear, he would not be able to hold on much longer. During the battle in the Tianji star area, the Tianji beast that he had fused with all the members of the Tianji clan had stepped into the true heavenly Tao realm. However, for some reason, his luck had not been very good. When he broke through, the injuries caused by the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation had not completely healed. Before he could stabilize his realm, more than 20 desolate Zune-old monsters from the Magic Hall and the Heavenly Tao Alliance had attacked him at the same time. He could have suppressed everything. However, at the final moment, the master of the Magic Hall, Yi Xian, had actually used the Heaven-Falling Bow, a supreme divine ability that even the true Heavenly Tao realm feared. In an instant, it had left a huge hole in the Tianji beast's huge body that was 50 million kilometers in diameter. This was nothing. Even with such injuries, he still had the ability to fight back. At the very least, he could easily escape. However, at that moment, D-Air suddenly tore open the final seal in his body and fused with all the members of the machine clan under him to form a mechanical beast. Although its cultivation was not as strong as his, it was fearless and charged straight at him, wanting to fight him to the death. Caught off guard, the Heaven's Legacy beast was almost chopped into a robot stick. In the end, it fled into the endless void turbulence in a panic. However, it was chased by the crazy robot beasts. In the end, the Heaven's Legacy beast was completely devoured by the robot beasts. As a result, the Tianji beast was born. Di-Yi's electronic consciousness, which was originally in the Tianji beast's body, appeared in the Tianji beast's body together with D-Air. In such a situation, there was no way out. Either he or D-Air had to die for this battle to end. However, although D-Air was not as strong as him, he had never been injured. As for D, he had never recovered. Although he was a heavenly Tao realm existence, after losing the mechanical treasure body of the Tianji beast, he was only left with his electronic consciousness. In fact, he was only half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Under this situation, he and D-Air's electronic consciousness were fighting and devouring each other in the Tianji beast's body. As time passed, D-Air's advantage became more and more obvious. As for him, he was in a disadvantageous position. According to D-Yi's calculations, if the primeval heaven's eye did not appear, he could at most hold on for another day. At that time, he could either give up and escape from the Tianji beast's body. He could give up this heavenly Tao realm mechanical treasure body to someone else, or he could only be devoured by D-Air. The situation was extremely bad. Roar. Rumble. Just as D-E was feeling extremely gloomy, a shocking roar suddenly came from the right side of the Tianji beast. It was followed by a thunderous explosion. Even the void trembled. It was obvious that the power was not weak. It was clearly the peak desolate supremacy of the Great Circle of the Ninth Stage, which was half a step into the heavenly Tao realm. Subconsciously, the Tianji beast's gaze followed the sound. In an instant, it saw a violent ape. His body was only about 10 feet tall. Compared to the Tianji beast, he was as small as a speck of dust. At this moment, he was holding a big black stick in one hand. His entire body turned into a ray of light and ruthlessly smashed towards the right side of the Tianji beast's waist area. Master of the Magic Hall? Yi Xian? Roar. You ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, Di recognized who the person was. Old hatred surged in his heart. He was instantly enraged. The Tianji beast roared. Immediately, one of its 4 giant pillar-like mechanical arms was raised and attacked with all its might. Chapter 50:12. Roar. You ant, how dare you provoke me? You're courting death. With just a glance, Di recognized Yi Xian. Old hatred surged into his heart, and he was instantly enraged. The Emperor Beast roared, and one of its 4 mechanical arms, which were like giant pillars that supported the heavens, was instantly raised and smashed over with all its might. Swoosh! With a weak sound, Yi Xian's figure flashed and appeared in another direction in the blink of an eye. A cold light flashed in his eyes, and he held the big-headed black cudgel in his right hand, raised it high above his head, and smashed it down hard rumble. Bang! There was no suspense. The right shoulder of the Emperor Beast was instantly smashed, and a huge crater appeared. However, to the Emperor Beast, whose body was 50,000 miles long, it was not painful at all. Its body only trembled slightly. Roar! Damn it, don't dodge if you have the ability. His fist missed, and the Emperor Beast jumped to his right shoulder and hit him. Di was furious. He raised another mechanical arm and swept it in this direction. But, unfortunately, the violent ape activated teleportation again. In a flash, it changed its position in the blink of an eye. Without hesitation, it raised the big-headed black cudgel and smashed it down again at this moment. The raging ape was only 3 meters tall, and its body was extremely agile. Although the monarch beast was also very agile, its body was 500 million miles long after all. Compared to it, the raging ape was just like a speck of dust. Ask, if a speck of dust that was extremely fast, extraordinarily agile, and could teleport at any time was constantly moving around your body, how depressing would it be to throw a punch at it? Yi Xian had expected this, so he rushed forward and fought with the Emperor Beast at close range. Of course, this level of attack could not cause much substantial damage to the Emperor Beast, but at least it could control Di's consciousness and even make him go berserk. For Yi Xian, this was enough. His purpose was to create an opportunity for the electronic doppelganger that had entered the Emperor Beast's body and was hibernating inside it. What is he doing? Is he tickling the Emperor Beast? What was the effect of such an attack? Even if you hit it 10,000 times, you won't be able to cause any substantial damage to the sovereign beast. This is too infuriating. The master of the magic hall, Yi Xian, is so bored that he would rather tickle the Emperor Beast than attack us. This is simply too much. In the distance, the blood-devouring war lion and the 2 old monsters from the Human Federation were dumbfounded. They murmured with grief and indignation on their faces. At the same time, inside the autarch beast's body, Emperor the Beast was massive, spanning more than 250 million kilometers. In fact, the space in its body was even more vast. It could be said to be a world of its own. After all, the present Empyrean beast was a true heavenly Tao realm expert. In there was a nebula-like whirlpool at the center of the land, emitting a gray light. This gray whirlpool was the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness. Such as today, DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses were all in this gray whirlpool. As for Yi Xian's electronic avatar, it had also entered the so-called electronic life form, whether it was an official member of the machinery race or the Tianji race, was actually a string of data that had mutated and gained intelligence and self-awareness. It was a very mysterious existence, just like the souls of flesh and blood creatures. Yi Xian's electronic avatar was also a string of electronic data. Now that it had entered the sovereign beast's sea of consciousness, its only goal was to devour the string of data that represented DE and D-Air's electronic consciousnesses. Dang! However, data was an abstract existence. Right now, the concrete manifestation of the data in the sea of consciousness was a cluster of light. Right now, There were only two faint clusters of light that could be seen in the sea of consciousness. One was light blue, and the other was light gold. The two balls of light were only the size of a pigeon's egg. The light blue ball of light was Di-Er's electronic consciousness, while the light gold ball was Di-Yi's. As for Yi Xian's electronic consciousness, although it was also in the sea of consciousness and was close to Di-Yi's electronic consciousness, it could not be seen. Before the electronic avatar left Yi Xian's body, Yi Xian had injected a tuft of pure spiritual power. Now, his electronic avatar was still in a state of perfect vibration spiritual power mystic technique. Although Di had previously entered the heavenly Tao realm, his electronic consciousness had not entered the heavenly Tao realm alone. Instead, it had entered the heavenly Tao realm together with the heaven's legacy beast. Therefore, from a certain point of view, Di's electronic consciousness could not be considered a true heavenly Tao realm existence. He could only be considered a consciousness existence that had slightly come into contact with the borders of the heavenly Tao realm. Therefore, his electronic consciousness was light gold. As for Di, he had previously torn open the last seal in his body. Now, his electronic consciousness was also at the desolate supremacy stage 9 perfection. Dang! However, Yi Xian's electronic consciousness was the same. Also, that was to say, with 2 in the light and 1 in the dark, the 3 electronic consciousnesses in the Archbeast's sea of consciousness were all at the half-step heavenly Tao realm. Di might be slightly stronger, but he was still injured. Furthermore, he was constantly competing with Di to devour him. Therefore, from this point of view, among the 3 electronic consciousnesses, Yi Xian's electronic avatar was the last to enter. As it was waiting for the exhausted Di, it was currently the strongest. However, there was a limit to how strong it was. Phew! Phew! A sharp sound tore through the air. 2 beams of light, 1 blue and 1 gold, shot through the void. In front was a light gold blob of light, while behind it was a blue blob of light that represented Di's electronic consciousness. This sea of consciousness was extremely vast. In the center, there was a simple mountain peak that looked like an altar. It was only 1,000 feet tall, and its surface was engraved with all sorts of extremely complicated runes. From the material, it was likely some kind of special crystal. This crystal that was 1,000 feet tall like a mountain peak was the core crystal of the Archbeast. As long as it was refined, one could obtain the Archbeast's mechanical treasured body. However, this required time and could not be disturbed. Therefore, Di of Di had been chasing after the other party. He wanted to devour the other party before he could enter this core crystal with peace of mind and use a certain amount of time to refine it. At this time, Di temporarily obtained control of the Archbeast. As he fled in the sea of consciousness, he also diverted a portion of his energy to control the Archbeast's body to deal with the violent ape. Therefore, he appeared to be a little flustered. Just as he turned at the edge of the core crystal that was like a small mountain peak, his figure was blocked by the core crystal. He temporarily disappeared from the sight of Di, who was chasing after him. Yi Xian's electronic avatar, who had been following closely beside him, finally made a move. Buzz! In the next moment, a low buzzing sound that was almost undetectable sounded. A gray light flashed and disappeared. After swallowing the light gold light, it disappeared in an instant. Without stopping, Yi Xian's electronic avatar quickly left under the cover of the perfect vibration of the spiritual power secret technique. He had to quickly refine the swallowed Di body. After that, Di, who was following behind him, also turned the corner. At this moment, the sound of his divine consciousness also sounded. Huh? Why is he gone?